Lessons written, bridges burned. Space demands your everything. On the DW3 we now for such a trade fought it lose. Victory obtained no way. Fly dangerous, fly dangerous, fly dangerous, fly dangerous.
Why? Why do you do it? You explore for fame, perhaps for glory of being the first, or maybe you desire to be rich. It needs to be done. Someone has to do it. Explore the galaxy. Be the first. Be famous.
Oh, and no one's ever gone before. Exotic new life, wondrous nebula. Explore the galaxy. Explore the galaxy. Explore the galaxy.
It's dangerous, Commander. Really dangerous. What if I'm there? Go find out. What if I'm there? What if I'm there?
Another star on my display, calling out from far away, calling out from far away. No one's been here before me now. I'll find a way, don't matter how. Through the dark and endless night, past the points of fading light. Every world that catches my eye makes me want to touch the sky. And I know that I was made for this. Every Every system holds another gift. Every horizon calls my name. Nothing left to hold me back again. Out here where the stars are bright and new, there's always one more frontier to break through. Break through. Shots are blank and sensors clear. All these wonders drawing near. Let them say it can't be done while I'm chasing distant suns. In my ship I feel alive as these cosmic waves I ride. Every scan reveals the way to places where I'll make my way. We are all explorers at heart, born to push the boundaries of art. Time to rise, time to fly beyond what meets the eye. Beyond. Every horizon calls my name. Nothing left to hold me back again. Out here where the stars are bright and new, there's always one more frontier to break through. Break through. I hear the call of distance, and I know I found my place. Oh, I found my place.
All right, welcome in Options 9. Sparks Murphy, welcome in also. Good to meet you. I am hanging out with the Distant Worlds 3 expedition, waiting for it to get started. I guess they had their mass launch stuff earlier. I didn't see it. I was sleeping. I went to bed over here. I woke up over here. I have no idea. We're Running Man something. I don't know what time the actual departure is going to be from here, but I'm going to go off and do some exobiology. I don't care. I do it anyway. There are people here. I'm in the private group. There are a lot of people here, though. This is just one of the carriers. There's several carriers here. You can see all the commanders there aboard the carrier there. But I'm going to just pick a spot and head to it and go do my thing. I mean, I could walk around and meet some of these people, but I got months to do that, so. We are currently here. Who's that? I don't have too many friends in this private group. Let's see. Oh, skills. Okay. Probably doing the same thing I'm doing. I'm in the Distant Worlds private group because those other people would show up, so. Okay, well. Pick a direction, guys. Let's see. Where are we at from the bubble? Don't want to go that way. We are south, oddly enough. The bubble. Up. Hey, up works. Excuse me. I do a lot of exobiology. I don't know if you're watching my streams or anything, but I do a lot. Up's always a good thing. A lot of things are permanent locked around here, but I don't care. Let's see. We'll go up. Let's go up. Up, 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 up. A long ways. Let's pick the spot up. We'll go over this way a little bit too. Why not? Okay. Stars are getting fewer here. We may have gone too high. Let's see. We'll head this way and see what we can do. I'm sure it's all pretty well discovered anyway. It's only 22 jumps. I'm going to take... Hey, Blackzilla Prime. Well, up is wherever your head points to. So, works for me. That's like saying... look at the galactic map. Core is north of us. I'm south of the bubble, west, east. You know, but what do you do if you're on the other side of the galaxy and things? You know, then up is down or something. I don't know. At any rate, we're gonna head that away and. Did you were you involved in the mass stuff? I was too late to sign up for the official mass launch. The enemy gate is down. Alright, let's go find some things. Get unmass locked here. I see my squadron's carrier is here, and squadron commander's carrier is here. That was odd. I didn't expect both of them. I expected the, oh, hell no. Hang on. No. We gotta redo this. Because I didn't set a filter. I don't want to go through a bunch of T-Tari stars and crap. There's gonna be a bunch of them out up here. I have a filter, but it says apply filter to the route. Why didn't it apply the filter to the route? Inquiring ones want to know. Because the game is good and has no flaws? Well, we're going to go through it anyway and see what's there. See how many we get. Down a little bit. A bunch of streamers on. A lot of people are streaming to YouTube and Twitch.
Leaving system.
And options, let me know if you see any weird crap with the stream, because I have, one benefit to falling back to this NVIDIA card as opposed to my regular RX 580 is the hardware encoding works a lot better on NVIDIA than it does on AMD. So I switched over to the hardware encoding, and that really seems to have lightened the load a lot on my computer. I did some substantial testing with much higher bit rates on YouTube and stuff than here, and everything seemed good. So we'll have to see how it lasts. What am I? Oh, I can't scoop the damn star because it's a T-Tari. Okay. This is my RX 580 died. Literally, it just went and died. And I had a 1050 Ti lying around, and that's what I'm using right now. My RX 580 is far superior to the 1050, and the 580 is not a powerhouse in itself, but it's a good workhorse. But the 1050, it's working, but it's not, doesn't have quite the muscle. I didn't even notice the count here. Is there anything here? It's already going to be explored anyway. Let's get out of this nebula and get away. Yeah, there's nothing here. Again, I'm just killing time. I'm literally just killing time until this distance world stuff kicks off and...
Jumping to next system.
I expected... I don't know what I expected. Really, just traveling along with them and doing some exploration. I guess it's cool. I mean, it's the same thing I do all the time. I take my carrier out, I park it, and I go work the area around it. If you watch any of my streams, I mean, that's pretty much all I do. We have all kinds of lines here. This is fully explored. as expected in this neighborhood. So I'm just going to go off and do my own thing for now. And I guess I want a good scoop. Come on. That last star didn't give me anything. So. Okay, now we're out of here. But I'm gonna just go off and do my own thing, and until they come up with some kind of organized thing. I know there's some scientific stuff going to be involved, and I'm hoping to maybe get involved a little bit in that. I don't want to do a bunch of spreadsheets and stuff though, but
Adjusting for jump.
I'm kind of hoping that somebody will kind of get organized and say, let's explore this voxel over here. Commander, you go handle this. You go handle that area. Somebody go handle that area. As opposed to, okay, we're at the waypoint. We're going to be parked here for X days, and y'all go off and do your thing, which is pretty much what I do.
Okay, executing now.
Eating candy, sorry. But, I don't know. We'll see what happens. Other than, how would I say this? What's the point of this expedition? Literally, I mean, not to do. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have put that in my mouth. I'm going to be talking so much, but what's the point of the expedition? What are they really doing, other than just getting a group of people together? You know, get people involved doing this stuff, and get a new station out of it at some point in the middle of nowhere. Maybe a new Colonia startup. I don't know. But we'll see. To me, it's all the same. I travel, I do exobiology. I travel, I do exobiology and exploration. So maybe I'll find a green gas giant out of all this. And ads are running. Go figure.
Vectors. I hope you know what you're doing.
I wish I knew what I was doing too, but I really want this candy though. I should not have set it down on that. Yeah, candy's gone. Shouldn't have set it down on that tissue. It's super glued now. But let me know if you see any problems with the video quality or anything. I thought I had a problem with my webcam, my face cam. And when I was testing on Twitch earlier, I was watching the preview and it was all laggy and janky and stuff. And I was like, what the hell? It worked fine everywhere else. You know, all kinds of orbit lines here. But yeah, as I ended the stream and I watched the VOD and I had recorded it and everything was fine. And I finally just went, oh, when Chrome, my Chrome web browser, when I'm watching YouTube or videos or something and it loses primary focus, it loses priority for processing or something as a power saving thing or some crap it does. And the video playbacks get all jerky and stuff. And that's what it was. Everything was fine. So I should switch all over to Firefox or something. It's still, Twitch is still saying my stream rate is unstable, even though the bit rate is completely flat. Let's see if it's, let me reload the page and see. Huh. I did, you know, options, I've just had really good luck with things dying. My Wi-Fi router died the other day.
Analyzing now.
I mean, it just partially died. The whole thing didn't die. The radio part of it died. And had another one. Another Netgear router. I just plugged it in and configured it and just basically, replaced the other router and went on. And it finally dawned on me that I kept wondering why when I'm downloading games and stuff, why it was downloading at like 100 megabit instead of 1,000 or gigabit rates. And that freaking router that I put in there doesn't have gigabit LAN. It has 100 megabit LAN. So even though I had a gigabit connection on all my network up to that point, you know, the weakest link in the chain, it was slowing me down. So I put in a workaround. I had another separate gigabit switch lying around, kind of split the network a little bit, and now I've got my gigabit LAN back, so it's all good. But at any rate, I don't know why Twitch is saying it's unstable. It's all flat. And Twitch is actually the slowest platform. I mean, when on Kick and YouTube, my bit rates can go much higher, especially on YouTube. My bit rates can go much higher than Twitch allows. Okay. Just trying to get some distance from civilization or off the beaten path here until we start finding something that's undiscovered. Then we'll start looking around. I would like to find a replacement card.
Adjusting for jump.
Maybe, I mean, if I found several RX 580s for sale used, quite reasonably priced, and I'm not adverse to getting a different card. I just don't have a lot of money to blow on an expensive card, but I would like to get at least something equivalent to or as good as an RX 580. I had pretty much zero problems with the card. I mean, it's not the best card, but I can play Star Citizen. I can play any game I have. I could play, not necessarily ultra high settings and stuff, but it would work. I've even thought about separating my OBS onto another computer to do the encoding and stuff, and just game on this computer. But I actually had started planning on doing that before my video card died. I'm trying to transition over to some more Linux stuff, and I'm originally from a Linux platform. I didn't use Windows a lot before I discovered this game. And when I found this game, I had to buy a gaming machine to play it. But now you can play Elite on Linux. Let's see what we have here. I saw a real name. So this place is discovered. It had Obama Camp. Yeah, there's even stations here. What the hell? There ain't nothing here. We're gonna have to go far, far away.
They said I was mad to venture this deep beyond no navigation.
I might want to change my course instead of going just straight up like this. Maybe go a little more diagonal and get a few more samples.
Jumping to next system.
Again, I'm just killing time. I have nothing planned here. I don't know if you watched the last streams. I turned in $1 billion in one day in exobiology data. It was a really good time. Got lucky with some stratum tectonica. Nothing here. I'm gonna get new glasses. I am starting to have trouble seeing my keyboard clearly and stuff. Maybe that's why I'm feeling so tired all the time, because my eyes are more eye strain than anything. I've been noticing I feel tired, but I'm not physically tired, so I think it probably is it. Maybe I'm just staring at the computer too much. Could happen.
Data income.
So we got stuff here too. Eyesight, yeah. That's what I'm saying is these glasses are kind of old, so I might have to actually get another pair of glasses at some point. And I had another. These actually were made to use the computer. I have another pair of progressive lenses that, for distance and stuff. But my eyes have changed, and I can actually see good with these glasses at distances. And now that monitors and everything are not quite as clear as they could be. So yeah, I haven't been to the eye doctor in about 4 years, so my eyes have probably changed a little bit. That's okay. I mean, It is what it is, right?
into this life I chose.
I think this place is already, we already got everything's on radar, so I'm not even gonna look. Let's just keep going. Okay, I am not putting up with that though. I don't need a Class Y brown star. What the hell is going on here? Why is the filter not working? It may just be that there aren't any good stars in the path. Let's replot. Let's go over here. Let's see if what's over here. How far are we?
Engines burn against the dark.
This will work.
The whole shakes with each narrow.
Maybe we'll get a better series of class of stars. We're just having some issues plotting the course though. Let's be some thin stars out here. That's okay though. Basically, I am just killing time. Seems to be a completely different direction, but okay. If I get this stream out of the way, and I am definitely going to stream on YouTube later. And I'm going to try to get 3 streams in today. It really depends on things, though. But I might try multi-streaming to YouTube and Kick. I actually, when I was doing my test stream, a 10-minute test stream on Kick, I had 3 people come in. Even though it quite obviously, I mean, it said in the title, test stream.
Scanning for
It
information.
still was in the Elite Dangerous category, but, you know, it said test stream. But I actually had 3 people come in, you know, during my test stream, and I was like, okay, well, maybe there's actually starting to be people over there. I don't know. But I do like being able to stream at such a good bit rate on Kick, you know. And I don't know why. Well, I guess Twitch has a lot of legacy stuff, but why they're so far behind in technology. Looks like everything here is on radar already anyway. But, you know. Who is the wonderful explorer that's been out here? Okay. Well, we'll start. It looks like we might actually get to start looking here in a minute, even though a lot of the systems the other day when I made that billion and I came across systems that I was on the highway between the Bubble and Sagittarius A because Oz was heading towards Sagittarius A. And all right, I'll see you in a half an hour. Options, thanks. But I came across a bunch of systems that had already been previously discovered and mapped, but they didn't have first footfalls and stuff. So I made a killing in those systems, you know. No one had done any exobiology in them. And there was life there. So it's a public service announcement, folks. Just because something's been discovered doesn't mean, you know, spend a moment, look at the system map, click on it, see if there's first footfalls where that biology is before you
Adjusting for jump.
just, you know, assume that it's already been done.
Stellar travel mode.
If you're
engaging
picky like I am, I don't go after everything. I just go after high value items. That typically means there has to be a discovery bonus available. And if there's no first footfall, then you know that no one's been down there to do any sampling. So,
now. Analyzing.
but you guys knew that anyway. I've got things on radar here.
Fuel swooping complete.
Again, I'm just killing time, so I don't care if I don't really care if I find anything or not. Actually, I'm just killing some time. Something to do. I'd like to find something though. Like we got stuff here. First map, but no first footfall. And we have no life. It's neon anyway. Neon was 1. That's going to be bacteria or fonticulite. Wouldn't effort that even if there wasn't a first footfall. So, okay, press on. And the added benefit of somebody previously scanning it and stuff means I don't have to FSS it. You know, spend time doing it. If I stumble across a system that someone's already mapped, it's got 30 or 40 bodies in it, and there's life there, and there's no first footfalls, they just save me a ton of
Jumping to
time.
next system.
I don't have to FSS the entire system to figure that out. But as you get further and further away, you know, that happens less and less often.
That word beneath your feet. Every sunrise felt like surrender.
Scanning.
Anonymized, didn't mean to ignore you. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well today.
Through the silence, curious cat was waiting
I'm just out here at excuse me.
the violence.
Well, it's parked on the Distant Worlds 3 carrier, one of them, and I just decided I'm going to go off on my own and do some stuff before I head back and park on it. And when I wake up next time, I'll probably be somewhere else. I don't know.
Through the dark,
I don't know what time they're leaving, what the carrier jump times are. I thought it was sometime this afternoon, but
you're flying.
we'll see.
Friendship drive ignites your
Departing to parts unknown. I didn't know that we were coming here. I've tried to find a very, a succinct, clear-cut itinerary. I mean, I know they're trying to keep a lot of it secret, but the timing, they could say, like when the next stage is, like, we're here, we're going to be departing at this time, and that probably is listed somewhere. In all honesty, I just haven't easily found it. They just need to have it on their webpage, a clear page that says, we're here, the next step is this, and we will be leaving then. Or we'll be departing for waypoint alpha or something, so people know when to be back by. It's not the worst of the case if I miss the carrier jump. It's not a big deal. I can catch up with them. I'm just not going to mess around with a bunch of crap. I'm just going to tag along with them and go off and do what I do. Alright, let's see what's here. You got first footfalls. That means there's something probably good there. Carbon dioxide with 7, yeah. Carbon dioxide with 4. I bet there's a first footfall there too. Yeah. First footfall there. Argon with 3, huh? Okay. You say so. Somebody was desperate. Methane with 2. But there's not a first footfall there. Let's see. Oh, there is. Boy, somebody was really desperate then. I wouldn't go after methane with 2 for life. That's just bacteria and fonticula. Cheap bacteria and fonticula. At any rate,
Adjusting for jumping.
I gotta figure out what I'm gonna do for breakfast here. It's 3:10 in the morning. So when I end my stream, I have to figure out what I'm gonna do for breakfast. Then go ahead and plan lunch and dinner, or whatever combination of those. I think I'll have, I got a little bit of meatloaf left, but I think I'll have chicken and rice. Start some of that.
I'm most definitely up for that.
Me too, I'm up for that. Nothing here. Still in Bernard's Loop. We need to get out of here. You're going to Tim Hortons. No one likes you. You know that, right? Tim Hortons. Never been to a Tim Hortons.
Frameshift drive charging.
I tell my dog that all the time. I look at her and go, no one likes you.
Jumping to next system. Interstellar travel mode engaged.
Which is not, still saying my stream status is unstable.
Scanning.
I believe they're incorrect. My bitrate is rock stable. Maybe again, I may be still streaming a little bit higher bitrate than they really want. I usually stream about 5,800 and I've got it set to 6 kilobits right now. streaming at like 6,200, so it's kind of when it negotiates whatever it does. See what's here. Anything good? Well, we got atmospheres. We got first footfalls. Okay. No, why is there first footfall there? Carbon dioxide with 1. Twitch recommends 6 kilobits for a 1080 stream. Now they opened up 1440p streams to certain people. I applied for that, but no, I didn't never hear anything about it. But both YouTube and Kick from day one have surpassed that.
Frameshift drive charging.
It doesn't really matter to me if I'm at 5.5 or 6 kilobits, other than the video quality is better at higher bit rates.
Leaving system.
So your machine can handle the encoding and stuff.
Jumping to next system.
I've streamed 1080 at much lower bit rates, and I mean, it works. It's just the video is not as clear and crisp. Put another piece of candy in my mouth, sorry. Which I wasted that last piece. I mean, nothing but orbit lines, man. This area is highly explored. Who was it that recommended up? We haven't gone that far though. We're probably on what? How far am I from? How far have I traveled from where I started? Let's see. Is that permit locked or some garbage? Don't let me give me information. See, we can't be that far. That's why. So still all explored. Look at everything on the radar here, though. I'm just gonna keep going. Past the danger zone, in the dark alone, finding her way, living by day.
Adjusting to jump.
Well, the snow missed me. There was a little bit of wintry mix north of us, about 50, 60 miles, but I don't even know if it reached the ground. And east of us, there was some, but it didn't make it to me. At one particular moment, the radar showed some snowy flurries here. I went outside and looked, and it was not even any type of precipitation at all hitting the ground or anything. It was dry as a bone. We have 20 bodies here. Looks like it's fully mapped. Let's see. No green gas giants. First football there by Dante. Argon. Why? Okay, nothing here. Some people just want to get their names on it. I don't, you know, when Odyssey first came out, man, I was getting first footfalls left and right everywhere I could, just as many as I could, to get my name on things. You know, but now that news was definitely worn off, and I don't go down unless there's something to go down for. Generally speaking, every once in a while I'll go down to get my name on something, but nothing here.
through starlit void. My curious cat cuts through the black.
I suspect a lot of you are the same way now. After the new wore off, you know.
From this chosen track,
Assuming you played when Odyssey came out.
Jumping to next system. Interstellar velocity at maximum.
too much, but I know light beyond their touch. I'll sail beyond the veil tonight, where comets dance and worlds collide. My legacy.
But my frame rate with the hardware encoding is much better. I mean, it's not super high. I think I've got it hard limited right now at 30. Just to save resources, but it seems much better. It still drops below 30, don't get me wrong, but it just seems a lot better. The whole thing performs a little smoother. Oh, is there honk here? I see 2 stars. Okay. Diana Rigg, welcome in. How are you today? Hope you're doing well.
Vectors.
I'm just out here killing time, literally just killing time, wasting time. I was parked on the Distant Worlds 3 carrier and I was just killing time waiting for the departure and stuff.
Gathering information. Cartography updated.
You find yourself on, yeah, I was on Distant Suns and I said I'm going to go stream and I'm just going to go off and do something, kill some time. There are a lot of commanders around there though. Black Sheep, welcome in. 07. Looks like everything's already discovered here also. But let's look and see. Maybe we'll get lucky and find something that people ignored. Nope. We got first footfalls here too. That's Cerebus bacteria or Stratum tectonica, I'm sure. Again. Possibly bad. I bet there are first footfalls on all of these. Yeah. Huh. You took off into the black down the outer arm. I heard that. I have this ship. My squadron's fleet carrier is going to be pacing along. So I have a couple of ships on it, and I've got one en route. I think I don't know if it's my Cobra Mark 3, 4, 5, yeah, whatever. I think I'm bringing it along. It was 4 hours away or something. Oh, it's going boring, Black Sheep. I assume that's Black Sheep. But it's going boring because I'm literally just killing time. The Distant Worlds group is back over here by Bernard's Loop. And I just, you know, somebody in chat, I said, you pick a direction. Somebody said up, so we're going up and sideways because up, you can't go very far up. But just to see if we can find some things to do, you know, to kill some time until the carrier starts jumping and doing its travel. Can't really stream anything if I'm just sitting on their carrier, can I? I could, but it wouldn't be very entertaining. Oh, you're welcome. So what do you plan on doing out in the outer arm? Just looking for stuff?
Leaving system. Amazing. That's quite something.
Diana, I don't know. I assume it is.
Starting in 1 minute.
I went to bed and woke up and the carrier had jumped. But we're at, you know, this place. But it hasn't departed officially yet. And I think that happens sometime today. I don't know. Nor do I know how long it's going to be traveling to the waypoint. And I'm sure that information is somewhere. Maybe not where the waypoint is, but at least the departure time should be posted somewhere. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm just trying to move away to find some undiscovered stuff. Black Sheep Distant Worlds 3 is an expedition. It's the 4th. Welcome in. It's the 4th one. If you want some information about it, if you go to Distant Worlds 3.space, it's a website. That's Ocker's method of entering there. That's, you know, welcome in, Ocker. Heck, for that matter, I can show you. Hang on. I've got metal lenses up, but it's not showing there. Let me show you the website. Maybe. I might be able to do that if OBS cooperates here. Here. This is Distant Worlds 3's main website. I'm logged into their site. That's why it's showing. Okay, I'm not logged in. Well, why not, am I not logged in? And you can see there are currently 74,000, almost 7,500 players are signed up. There are a lot of people, but I don't know. And there's a bunch of information. Of course, I'm not going to go through all of this, but. This is not the first expedition. There's, you know, I think was it Colonia? Was one of the things that's going to come out of this is there's going to be another station out in the deep somewhere. We don't know where yet, but in February or so, FDev will tell us where the station is going to end up at. And this expedition is going to last like 4 months. And this information is wrong. The next waypoint is not there. That's where we departed from. So I don't, you know, this thing is not up to date. So I have no idea. It'd be nice if there was a thing that says, here is the events and what's happening when, you know, or when it's expected to be. So at any rate, that's all I can say about it. Windows back to where they were. Oh, that's cool. Obsidian ant. I think I went over a year in game the other day. Yeah, 52 weeks. See that? So I've been playing since December, or actually January of 2021, but December 2020. That's like 5 years. And 5 years of real time. I've spent a year real time playing this game. That's like 20% or more of my life has been in this game in the last 5 years. That's sad. I need a life in real life. But now that I'm retired, I can play all I want, and I do. And I'm not talking I leave the game up all the time. I'm talking I usually, you know, Unless my carrier is jumping or something, I'm doing stuff in the game. Oh, Phoenix Blue, welcome in also. Enjoyed it? Well, yeah, I enjoyed it. I do enjoy it. I'll give you that. But you know, there is more to life than just Elite Dangerous, right? Right?
Small heart beating on the console, while a million
Completing
stars.
When I
system
first
scan
started
for
out, I didn't have a
photography.
joystick and stuff, and then I'd had from some previous games a Microsoft joystick, and that worked. Then my son gave me this Thrustmaster Hodis X, you know, and I like it. I like playing with the Hodis and stuff. It's much more immersive. Real life has great graphics, but the gameplay sucks. I know, and respawning is so hard in real life. If we get lucky here, we should be getting further and further away, so hopefully we'll start finding things where people got lazy, but I see nothing here of interest.
Sleeping while the scanners hum. In the quiet hours before the sun, your presence holds the door.
And not only that, Black Sheep, there is
Adjusting for
almost everybody in this game is friendly and helpful. There are people that will kill you, don't get me wrong, that's part of the game. That, you know, as in many games, but the community as a whole is very helpful. You know, you can go into virtually any stream or their chat or something and ask a question, and
analyzing
there's
now.
somebody knows the answer or knows the person that knows the answer, you know. Or if you have a problem, somebody will, you know, come and rescue you. I'm usually in open, Black Sheep. Usually, but I'm not stupid. At least I like to think I'm not stupid. And if I have anything of value that I'm worried about, I'm not going to be in open. But if I'm just doing exploration, especially if I'm 50,000 light years from the bubble, I'm not worried about it too much. Like right now, I'm in a private group. Primarily, though, I'm far enough away now that I don't have to worry about people. But I guarantee you, I mean, let me do this in my serious face here. I promise you, associated with Distant Worlds 3, there are gankers laying in wait for unsuspecting commanders that are going to be in open to get ganked. And they will get ganked. It happens every expedition, and it's going to happen this one. I know people. But if you have anything of value that you're worried about, say for example, you're in open, you've been out to Beagle Point or around the galaxy, and you've got, you know, $1 billion in data or exploration data, you know, not necessarily just the credits, but, you know, the fame associated with, you know, mapping and stuff that you're concerned about. When you get back towards the bubble, don't be in open to turn it in. Or, you know, if you go tooling into an engineer in open, you know, gankers like to lie around for the low-hanging fruit. So they go where people go. And people go to the engineering, they go to community gold turn-in places, they go to, you know, anything where people are going to be together. That's where gankers are going to be also looking for victims. So, at any rate, it's neither here nor there. I don't want to spend too much time on it. Don't worry about gankers. I mean, it's part of the game, but, you know, in this game, unless you're somewhere where it's a very popular destination, it's very unlikely you're going to run into another commander even, at least if you're doing exploration. Well, Black Sheep, See, you're the type of person I would say, and normally I would do this because I take my carrier out, every 2 weeks or so, and I invite people to come along and just hop out to where, things are undiscovered, and you say, go find stuff, send them off and let them go do their things. And they come back to the carrier, and you can turn in your data on my carrier. But I'm doing the Distant Worlds 3 thing right now, but normally I would invite you along. But you're doing exactly the right thing. Grab you a ship, go, I would say 1,000 light years away from the bubble, but that's grown quite a bit now with the colonization stuff. The bubble itself has gotten larger, so things near the civilization are more discovered. So you have to typically go further. One thing I would say is don't go towards Sagittarius A in general. You want to go off the beaten path if you want to find undiscovered things. You can still get money if somebody has previously discovered something, and you can still go down and sample the biology there. You won't get what's called a discovery bonus. But I don't go towards Sagittarius A. Don't go towards Colonia. Go up, down, diagonally, away, but don't go on those two paths because those are high traffic areas. Excuse me. But you'll find once you get 2,500 or even less, you can find a lot of undiscovered stuff, especially up here. I've done a lot of stuff, a little bit of stuff up here and had some luck. I had a lot of good luck, though. I went down here the other day, and one day I went down there to between there and the bubble, and I made $1 billion in exo data. In one day, 24-hour period. That wasn't playing 24 hours. I just went there. So there are lots of stars over here. So you can go along this path and find stuff. It's just, you're going to find more discovered things. But a lot of the things that I made money on were previously discovered, but they were not previously sampled. And again, I don't want to berate the things and stuff. When you if you jump into a system and it's been previously found, like this one has, but there's no life or anything here, you can simply just click on the planet. If it shows up on the map, first under information, it'll tell you if there's a first footfall. If there's an atmosphere, you go, okay, there might be life there, without even doing the FSS. So you just click on it. Okay, there's no first footfall. Then you can click here on planetary information, and if there's life in there, it'll tell you down here. Then you can decide if you want to FSS it or go map it or something. But if there's no first footfall, well, you're going to get the discovery bonus. Takes practice, but once you do it a few hundred times, it all gets very routine. If you watch any of my streams, you'll hear me repeat myself hundreds and hundreds of times.
Leaving system. Interstellar travel mode engaged.
I don't just stream on Twitch. These videos are actually my streams. My VODs are viewed on YouTube way more than my stream is, my live stream. So I typically narrate what I'm doing or why and try to explain things. So I repeat myself a lot. Okay, we got everything fully populated on the radar already. So yet another discovered system, but we'll spend a moment real quick doing just what I just said to see if there's anything exciting here. I don't even have to FSS it. We have atmosphere. We have no first footfall. Nitrogen with 1. I can tell you right now that's informing bacteria, and it's worth over $8 million base value. We're going to go get it. And with the discovery bonus, since there's no first footfall, that multiply that times 5, so it'll be 40 million credits right there. And to make it really cool, I have a third-party tool called Bio Insights, and I'll show you that in a second. I'm going to FSS just that, as much as I can, just that one place. And let Bio Insights take a guess on what it is. But nitrogen with 1 bio or 2 is informing bacteria. or Lepidia fonticula. And both of them pay okay, but the Informin is one of the better paying types of types of bacteria, and gives me something to do. At least I won't go back with empty hands. I don't have to do this. There it is.
Body A5.
Yep, it's Informin.
Landable with atmosphere. Nitrogen atmospheric landable
It's BioInsights. It's a third-party tool, and if you're going to do any type of exobiology consistently, I really highly recommend you get something like BioInsights or SRV Survey or something. But as soon as I FSS that planet, it takes into account the type of atmosphere it has, mass, and a bunch of other things, and it'll generate a list of types of life that occur under those circumstances, and it's virtually never wrong. The list may be longer. There's only one biosignal in this case. You know, sometimes you may scan a planet and there may be only 2 or 3 biosignals, but the list may have 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 different types of life. But whatever you find on that planet typically will come from that list. That has the advantage of telling someone like me that, okay, there's a high value item there, possibly. Okay, so I might want to effort it. And the converse of that is I can look at something and go, there is nothing listed there of high value. I'm not even going to even worry about it. So that way I don't waste my time looking for some kind of cheap bacteria or spend 2 hours, not 2 hours, but not to be serious, spend 20 minutes getting 3 samples of cheap bacteria when I can scan 3 or 4 more systems in that length of time and possibly find some higher value item. Let's go here and get this. We're going to need the right scanner though. But if you're just starting out and you need credits, then you're going to scan a lot of things. Even that $1 million bacteria with the discovery bonus is 5 million credits. I shouldn't say dollars, and the same as credits, but habit. But so I mean, pennies. You know, count your pennies and you'll get dollars. It just takes longer. But you'll learn that there is an investment in time, and you know, if you want to efficiently make serious sums of money, you're not going to waste a lot of time on the small, low-value items. That being said, there are some things that are just cool to look at that don't pay really well, but some things just look cool and you want to see them, like certain types of, well, the receptor pays pretty well. You generally in electricaea, some things glow in the dark and stuff, so they're cool. Get us on the daylit side here. I think we're already on a daylit side. Okay, let's see where the sun's coming from. If you have any questions, though, Black Sheep or anybody, there are people in this audience right now that know the answer. I've learned so much from people that come into my chat, especially when I first started out. So don't be afraid to ask questions of me or anybody. 57 jumps, that's a walk down the street. That's a walk to the corner. Good for you. You got to start somewhere. It says 6 probes. I can do it in 2. I got the engineered super duper probes, so as long as I get a good shot on the backside. I'll be the first to map.
Surface scan by 50%. 1,000 burning
Surface scan complete.
Okay, looks like it's going to be relatively easy to find. At least it's abundant. You know, it doesn't necessarily equate to being easy to find, but Foreman generally isn't really hard to find. Sometimes bacteria is a pain depending on the soil color. But this shouldn't be any trouble at all. Famous last words. I've had a couple of times I've had great difficulty finding Foreman, specifically in Foreman. I mention it often. I'll drop down and find the first one right off the bat. Then I couldn't find the second or third. You have to go up to orbit and come back down and kind of have it re-instance, regenerate it somewhere else. I've heard that exobiology is not using the same stellar forge that planetary systems have done. That's a different type of system, but I don't know.
Orbital navigation system online.
Psycho Benjamin. I'm a Camino. Who are you talking to? Talking to me? Are you trying to reference my Choctaw heritage or something? But Black Sheep, no, I don't have any idea who the Caminos are. Is that a squadron or something? I don't fly with anybody. I am in a squadron, but I don't fly with anybody. I'm in ARX. ARXX, you know, the ganking squadron. We're known to be ganking, but I've never ganked anybody in my life. Praise Braben. Let me show ya. Let me show ya me. ARX, see? ARX.
This is the moment you break free. The galaxy will bend its knees.
Well, then it's true. I am in ARX.
You decide how far. Launch into the
There we go, right off the bat. Look how easy that stands out.
be the same.
The Black Sheep FSSing every system. I'll wait till Psycho there gets through with what he's doing before I try to answer that in a cognizant manner. I am well, thank you.
Fly dangerous.
I am well. But who was it? Who was it who asked that, damn it? All the blood is in your arms and out of the brain. That's fair. The Black Sheep, you ask about FSSing everything. Let me okay, if you're doing exploration and you want cartographic data, then you want to FSS every system. Okay? If you're looking for exobiology, you're going to FSS every system, pretty much. And if it's undiscovered, because when you hop in, there's nothing going to show up on the system map. So you honk, you go, okay, there are 15 bodies here. Well, to find out whether there's any life there or not, then you have to FSS them. So basically, you're getting cartographic data and finding out if there's life there. And if you find life and you ascertain whether you want to effort it, then you go do it. But you pretty much have to FSS everything that you want information about. Just saying. I hope that answers your question. It's a long night. It's almost 4 o'clock in the morning, though, Benjamin, here where I'm at. It's early morning to me.
No need for fame. Signals crackle, echoes of past.
Come on, don't be picky. There we go. See, we got our first footfall. The first footfall is not the same thing as getting a discovery bonus for
codex entry.
exobiology.
Bacterium in form M. Red. Bacterium in
However,
form M
comma,
confirmed present.
If you get the
Base
first
value
footfall, then you know no one's
8.42
been
million.
there, so you know you're
Minimum
going to get the
sample
discovery
distance
bonus.
500 meters.
It is possible
First
that someone
partial
has been there and
sample
put their foot on the ground, but didn't scan biology. That happens fairly often, actually. We've got our first sample. Let's see if we can find another one. We have to go 500 meters, so let's look.
Minimum distance reached.
This stuff should
You've
just
traveled
stand
over
out, so
500
let's
meters from
see.
previous sample.
There's some. Some more off to the right, too. Sometimes these things just come together and it's easy. Sometimes it's not. This one's turning out to be very easy. Okay. There we go. I'm like, in time now, game. Got gravity here.
Second partial sample
But
collected.
again, if you're going to be doing exobiology to any great degree, I really highly recommend you get a Bio Insights or the Elite Observatory Core or SRV survey. I really don't know a lot about ED Copilot. I have ED Copilot. I've installed it and stuff, but I just haven't used it much. But I don't think it quite does the same functionality that Bio Insights and SRV survey does by giving you a list of things that are possibly there and stuff. It really helps evaluate in advance whether I'm going to effort stuff or not. Plus, it keeps track of what I've collected between turn-ins and how much money I possibly have made. Is this far enough yet? Come
Minimum
on.
distance
Okay.
reached. You've traveled over 500 meters from previous sample.
Each pulse, a promise I will outlast. I'm not looking back at the stars behind.
You gotta be like that. Is there a pebble underneath me?
You can't see what I
Right, well, this is 40 million in the bank,
feels.
so to speak.
Each thrill between waiting worlds turning
And this can add up really fast. I mean, you can nickel and dime this stuff, you know, it depends on what you find. There's some luck involved, you know. But, you know, you might just get lucky. One system, I found 5 stratum tectonic, you know, completely undiscovered. And that's basically, you know, almost 100 million per stratum tectonica. $500 million in one
Sample
system.
collection
That
complete.
was a nice payday that day.
than just a name.
I usually, when I'm streaming, I usually average about 300, on average, 300 million in a 3-hour stream.
Every echo
Sometimes I do way more than that. Sometimes I do way less than that. But that's why it's an average, but it happens. I think that should be all 3 samples, yes. Need my mouse, thank you.
standing steady.
That's all 3. And that's 42 million, according to Elite Observatory in the bank. Press on. See, this system was already previously discovered, you know, like I said. And I didn't have to do all the work initially, you know, I just looked at the map and go, oh, there. And from experience, I know that nitrogen atmospheres, you know, typically have informing. So I was like, oh, I'm going there. No first football? Oh yeah, I'm going there.
Tell me why you turn away.
Now, without the first football or without the discovery bonus, I still might have went and got it because it's still 8 million credits. But that's my bottom threshold to decide things like that is around 5 million or so. Is it worth my time?
I carry you.
And we're gonna want
That's starting in 1 minute.
discovery scanner now. Let's press on. keep going and keep going. I did a loop around the galaxy, 252,000 light years. One thing that was a good payday too, but I was making time instead of doing a lot of exploration. I was doing it more to, I woke up one day and said I want to do a loop around the galaxy because I can. I still made quite a bit in exploration data. But you'll rapidly see that exobiology far outstrips cartographic
Scanning
or
for
universal
information.
cartographic data. You're looking for credits. I mean, it's far superior to put your foot on the planet and go sample some life. Even cheap bacteria, geez. You go do some common cheap bacteria a couple of times, and get 3 or 4 or 5 million credits. That's easy. Easy money.
Standing at the helm, my hands begin.
Again, let's see what someone's done the work. There's no atmospheres here, but I'll still look there to see if there's. Every once in a while, I'll look with no atmosphere. You can still find horizons life on non-atmospheric planets. They don't pay worth a damn, but sometimes cool to go see. Plus, that's where you find like crystal shards or brain trees. Something called anemones or whatever, or maybe some type of tuber. I don't know. Usually they're on
next
hot
system.
planets, so no atmosphere. The ads are currently running, evidently.
Completing system scan. Stand by.
We have orbit lines and stuff on radar already. 9 bodies honked. And you'll also run into the cases where you'll honk, or the Discovery Pulse will tell you there's 9 bodies there, but when you look at the system map, there won't be 9 bodies. Because sometimes people will pass through a system and auto scan something, and they'll get credit for it, and it'll show up on the system map, but it doesn't show the entire thing. So there's no first footfall. What do we got? Neon Rich, no light. Okay, well, we'll move on. See, didn't even have to FSS. Now, if I wanted cartographic data, I would FSS, though. And you get something for just hunking and scooping, and maybe auto scanning something. But if you're looking to get cartographic
Course
data,
adjustment.
if you're trying to make elite or something exploration, then you want to get as much money in cartographic data as you can. But doing exobiology, you get that automatically. So I made elite in elite 5
Completing
in
system scan for cartography.
exploration just before I made elite 5 in exobiology. They're so tied hand in hand.
Leading me to this moment in time when I could show them all how to touch the sky. What lies beyond the edge of that
14 bodies. Got some things on radar again. We're not finding anything that's fully undiscovered yet, though.
one's ever shown.
And we got no first footfall. Neon with 1. I'm not gonna scan that stuff, but I can tell you that's bacteria or fonticula. Cheap bacteria or fonticula. Neon, methane, and argon with 1 or 2 biosignals. It's almost always neon, cheap bacteria and fonticula. Not to be confused with argon with 3, or neon rich, or argon rich. But, plain Jane neon, methane, and argon with 1 or 2 is almost always
Vectors.
not worth my time. My time in particular.
Faster than light velocity reached.
I don't think I've come across a single system yet that's been undiscovered. Well, you're welcome. I just blabber on,
Compiling data for cartography.
That's what I do. Switch to lecture mode, Nothing here. If you have any questions, though, in particular, I'd be more than happy to try to answer it if I can. The best way to learn is to do it. I just... What I'm telling you is trying to save you some time a little bit, but you really have to do it yourself and learn it. Don't be afraid of it. It's all easy. You know, frustrating, yes. Wait, is there only one body here? Frustrating, yes, at times, but it's not. There's nothing difficult, really. Okay, there's nothing here.
Frame shift drive charging.
That's how you find out that whether you like doing something is give it a try. I discovered that I don't like walking around doing
Jumping to next
1
system.
foot PvP type or stuff
That's
that
quite
much
something.
because I'm not good. I don't have the eye-hand coordination anymore to do a lot of the fine motor skills to do a lot of things. So I typically stay away from a lot of those type of things, but I do like
Data income.
this, and I like doing pirate hunting.
Body A2A. Close orbit. Parent has high angular diameter from
Hey,
body.
we have 23 bodies here, but we
Body A1A.
definitely don't have 23
Parent
items
has
on
high
the
angular
radar.
diameter
Let's
from
see
body.
what we got. Okay, options. Well, you go enjoy your Tim Hortons, asshole. I'm just kidding. Let's see what we have here. Definitely don't have 23 items on this map now. See, notice how it's partially done. Those are auto scan stuff. So to see what's actually here, we have to FSS it. Let's get away from the star a little further, though. I don't want anything to hide behind the star. Let the star take up less space in the sky by getting some distance between us. Let's see. You can tell by this spectrum here. Sometimes I can just look at a spectrum before I scan anything and I say there's nothing going to be worth it here. There are no gas giants, there's no Earth-likes, no water worlds, no ammonia worlds. There's, rocky, icy bodies, and maybe some high metal content, and maybe if there could be a little lower metal rich, but there could be something here. High metal contents are where you can find stratum tectonica and things, among other things, if you're lucky. Doesn't mean it's going to be there, but if you're lucky. And you'll find, though, that there's a whole lot of nothing. Whole lot of nothing to find until there's something. So you can't give up. You might have seen the memes or something of like someone digging for a gold mine or something on the side view, and they give up and they're like a foot from it. If they would have just dug another foot, and that's the way exobiology is. Don't give up, because your very next system you check could have something good. Might not, but it could. So.
Feel the ship beneath me hum. Every jump takes me further out. Getting closer to who I'll be.
It's all pretty much the same, though. You find the same stuff, different quantities, all over the galaxy, though. You don't find anything really... Nothing really unique to be found yet. Maybe unique to you. Don't get me wrong. There are things I haven't seen yet. There are certain types of life I know exist. It's been previously discovered, but not by me, and I've never seen something. One of those is Fonticula fluctus. I had never seen that before, and I was 57,000 light years from the bubble, and somebody had posted on X a picture of some at some location that was near where I was at, relatively speaking. So I was 57,000 light years from the bubble. I traveled there just to scan it, even though it had been previously turned in and stuff, but just to get eyes on it myself and scan it and go, okay, now I've seen it, because I may never discover it in the wild. It's so rare. Then again, the next system I check could have some, And that's like the unicorn green gas giant. I fully intend to find one of those in the wild someday. This system looks like it's fully populated. The radar is.
Changes who I thought I'd be. Each one I find sets something free.
What's here? And we got atmosphere. We got no first footfall. Nitrogen with 2. So that's going to be more informant and Lepidia Lepidia fonticula. We'll go there. I'm not even going to use the. I'm not even going to FSS it. I'll just go there and map it. But I'm positive that's what that is. And there's no first footfall, so we'll get the discovery bonus on that. Not super high value, but hey, it's something to do.
Now I understand the last. Why I had to make this trip. Not to map the galaxy, but to map the depths within. Each world I find.
Once I get close enough to auto scan it, it'll populate lead observatory. Anyway.
Out here is where I learn to see.
Lepidia pays like 3.9 or 3.6 million. I don't want to do a loop here. Come on. Don't make me.
Body A3. Landable with atmosphere. Auto-scanned nitrogen atmospheric landable.
That's exactly what it's showing now. Is informant and lapida or whatever fonticula. 3.1 million and 8.42 million base values. So
Never been so far from home.
that's basically 12 million base value if I get both of them times 5 and 60 million. If I get both of them with what the other informant I had, that'll be 100 million so far.
Footsteps through the storm.
I will focus on the informant bacteria, but Lepidia is right there. I'll get it. If it's not, then I may not even effort it. But Lepidia looks cool though. It's usually kind of pretty. This is amethyst. Yeah, it should look pretty good. Let's map this thing real quick and see where it's at. Where are we going to be going down at?
Everything I need. First design in distant worlds.
Again, you see a system that's been discovered already and everything. It just wasn't completed. Don't give up just because something's been found previously. Okay. Looks like the fonticula is pretty much everywhere the bacteria is. Let's go see if we can find this bacteria. I'm going to suspect it's going to be, might be more challenging than the last place, but we'll see. Just a mere principle piss me off. Squeeze in over here. I'm looking for this kind of greenish tinted area. The cyan, you know, in the blue, there's, you know, usually a green or a cyan, I don't know, a teal color area, and I tend to try to go there. It's usually smoother terrain, but that's typically higher concentrations of what I'm looking for, I think. At least it's worked out that way for me.
Navigation guidance system online.
There are editors that you can use to change this color scheme. Some people highlight these areas a lot more distinctly. The coloring. This is kind of subtle, at least for my vision.
Intelligent thrusters engaged.
Bacteria like smooth terrain usually. While you may find around rougher terrain, it's almost always in like a smooth wind-blown area or something. This should stand out quite nicely on this dark soil though. If there is any here, where it would be. Give time for things to render. There it is right there. Not seeing any Lepidia though. Oh, there's Lepidia. You can see it, clusters of it right over there. We'll go get some of that too, maybe if it's that easy to find after we get 3 samples of Informin. In fact, we almost landed on some Lepidia, it looks like. How far are we from where I want to be? I'm gonna walk everywhere.
New codex entry. Bacterium informem.
You can see the Lepidia right there. We'll walk over and glance at it real quick.
Present. Base value 8.42 million. Minimum sample distance 500 meters.
It's kind of cool looking.
First partial sample collected.
Also, if you're doing exobiology, the genetic sampler, if you're not familiar with it, if you you use your secondary trigger and send out a pulse, it'll highlight biology that's within range. This is, when I get to the next one, you'll see it'll be green. This is blue simply because I've already sampled it. But you'll notice that Lepidia is purple. That color is telling you that yes, you can sample that, but you'll have to discard. You currently have a partial sample completed already, and you'll have to discard that before you can sample the other one. Now, it would be nice if they would equip the ship with that pulse generator, which would be really, really, really helpful. There, you shouldn't have to go too far. Let's see.
Minimum distance reached. You've traveled over 500 meters from previous sample.
And after we get the third one of these, we'll go ahead and get the Lepidia too over here, since it's right here and available.
Second partial sample collected.
I'm just looking around there a minute. Lepidia has the same spacing requirements as the Informin at 500 meters between the samples. So. Now we just need to find a bacteria that's right next to the Fonticula, so we can get both samples at the same time. Enjoy here.
Minimum distance reached. You've traveled over 500 meters from previous sample.
This'll work. Get the last one of the Informin, then start on the Lepidia. Lapida. I don't know why it's Lepidia. Lapida. I don't know. I can read it. I can't say it. See how it's green now, means it's available to scan. And when I get this third sample, now when I send out a pulse, that Fonticula over there will be green.
Sample collection complete.
meaning it's all good to go. I could almost get 2 samples here, but I'm not going to walk 500. I'll fly.
New codex entry. Fonticulio lapida. Amethyst.
Lapida.
Fonticulio lapida confirmed present. Base value 3.11 million. Minimum sample distance 500 meters. First partial sample collected.
Trying to drink coffee and walk at the same time. Not working.
Minimum distance reached. You've traveled over 500 meters from previous sample.
This one's not too challenging.
Ask me why I chase the stars through endless black. These battle scars tell
Second
you
partial sample
everything
collected.
about the fire inside. Can't stay grounded when the galaxy calls. I'm flying beyond the void tonight, past every warning sign, through asteroid fields and laser fire. This heart of mine.
Minimum distance reached. You've traveled over 500 meters from previous sample.
Okay, this will do it for this planet and this system.
You see the danger, I see the path, through cosmic storms and plasma's wrath. Every system unexplored is calling out my name. Can't stay grounded when adventure calls. I'm flying beyond.
Sample collection complete.
Alright, that gives us a total of 99,700,000. That's okay. It's almost 100 million. Hour and a half.
When there's infinity to find, tell me you understand why I have to
Press on with our endeavor.
cross the charted worlds into the unknown. Every jump through hyperspace takes me closer to who I am.
Discovery scanner back ready to go. Let's get right to it. We don't need to go up to orbit.
Adjusting for jump. Amazing. That's quite something.
With any luck, we'll find a sulfur dioxide with 2 biological signals. That's the holy grail for stratum tectonica.
Scan starting. Stand by.
Nine bodies, 2 things on radar. So we might be getting out here. Oh, we got 4 stars.
You ask me why I chase the stars. The answer's written in these
Oh my God.
scars.
Gonna have some dangly bits hanging off somewhere. And we're done with nothing. Nothing.
System scan complete. Frame shift drive charging. Your ship is on our scanners, moving past the stars. Just a blip of light in the endless dark. But we know you're out there, breaking
system.
new ground where no one's been.
Amazing. That's quite something.
Temperature dropping fast, readings off the charts. Unknown signals ahead. This could be the start. Breaking through the void, you're making history. Every light gear crossed is victory. Breaking through the void into mystery.
17 bodies, few stars.
Location, alien structures found, data streams incoming, new worlds all around.
Don't think anyone's done much work here.
But your voice stays calm, like
All mine.
us. Radiation spiking now, life signs everywhere.
I want a green gas giant. That's what I want.
Cold air breaking through the void, you're making history. Every light gear crossed is victory. Breaking through the void into mystery. Commander, show us what you're gonna see. Mission control, you won't believe what I'm seeing right now. New forms of life, colors beyond our charts. First contact achieved.
Okay. I don't like scanning big systems because I'm not real fast at the scanning business.
Making history, you're making
Get it done, but it takes me a while sometimes.
breaking through the void into mystery. Commander, you showed us what we could be. Control of the card aside, your signal's fading now, but your legacy will light the way
One left.
for all of us.
Is it green? Is it green?
System scan complete.
No. Could have green. Doesn't. Oh well.
Frame shift drive charging.
Adjusting for jump.
2, 1, engage.
Data incoming.
Fuel scooping.
30 bodies. Nothing on radar. Oh boy.
Fuel scooping complete.
No, I'm going to be scanning, so I'm putting some distance between me and the star to make sure it doesn't cover anything.
Ads starting in 1 minute.
Tell me, I'll still be scanning when the ads are running, probably. Lots of geologics.
Standing at the edge, you look ahead. Not a single footprint where you tread.
Not green.
Maps show nothing but endless dark. Just your courage lights the mark. When others turn away, you press on through. Every mile takes you somewhere new. The path before you stretches wide. No one else has tried. Beyond the edge, Commander Bakadesa leads the way. Into the black where stars
Body 4C.
await another
Blendable with
day.
atmosphere. Methane atmospheric blendable with life. Body 4F. Blendable with atmosphere. Methane atmospheric blendable with life. May host a new personal codex entry. Body 4D. Blendable with atmosphere.
Lots
Methane
of cheap
atmospheric blendable with
stuff
life.
that I'm not going to effort.
May host a new personal codex entry.
I'll discuss it in a moment.
Body 4E. Blendable with atmosphere. Methane
All
atmospheric
these
blendable
methanes
with
with
life.
1 or 2 bios.
May host a new
cheap
personal
stuff.
codex entry. Body 4G. Blendable with atmosphere. Methane atmospheric blendable with life. May host a new personal codex entry.
One thing left. It's the gas tank.
Into the black where stars await another day.
Okay, we have in this system, it sounded like lots of things.
Into the light ahead.
We have lots of crap. These are all methane atmospheres, you'll see. With 1 bio, maybe 2 bio signals. Again, methane, argon, and neon with 1 or 2 bios is almost always cheap, low-paying bacteria or fonticula. So I'm not going to effort that. But you don't know until you scan it to see. So. But on the good point is that it was completely undiscovered. So getting into no man's land here. Since that was undiscovered, hopefully the next ones will be undiscovered too, and anything we'll find will be ours. What I might want to do is stay up high like this wherever I'm at and just start taking economy mode
Gathering
jumps to get
information,
more.
cartography
Oh,
updated.
we got radar lines here, so not far enough yet. Spoke too soon. We're gonna take a bio break here shortly, though. A minute or two. Maybe 3 and get more coffee.
Log date 3 parsecs past the edge.
Let's see what we have here.
Another world beneath my wings. Push past pirates in pursuit. This mission drives me
First footfalls. So that doesn't bode well.
to my solid
Sulfur dioxide. Yeah. Nope.
but in each system
No lie.
scan.
Oh man, I bet there's a first footfall there. Oh, it's not. Sweet. Maybe service bacteria though.
Every star tells a story.
Well, we're gonna have to scan this to see if this is bacteria or if this is stratum tectonic. It's one of the two.
Every star holds a
We'll just scan the entire system. We don't need to, but it won't take but a second to scan the entire system.
day I'll discover today.
But that's going to be either bacteria or stratum tectonica though. Sulfur dioxide.
Asteroid split and system
Anytime you find sulfur dioxide with life, you should be sure to take the time to check it.
never
If you're
see.
looking for money.
First footprints on this frozen land.
I know it's going to be around the other star. So.
My solitary ship. Space stretches silent, still and stark.
Body A6. Landable with atmosphere. Sulfur dioxide atmospheric landable.
I find the flames that light the dark.
And I'll show you if it does it with one biosignal. Sometimes both of them will be listed, either bacteria or stratum tectonica. And you actually have to go map it to see which is
Body
actually
B4.
there.
Landable and terraformable.
About 90% of the
Landable
time
with
it's the bacteria, but it does
High-value body.
happen that
Carbon
stratum
dioxide
tectonica
atmospheric landable.
Warning lights,
Meets
appears.
mapping criteria.
but I won't turn back
Body
home. I
B2.
gotta push ahead.
There it
Landable
is.
and terraformable. Landable with atmosphere. High value body. Sulfur dioxide atmospheric
And the lead
landable.
observatory is telling me it could
Meets
either
mapping
be
criteria. Body B3. Landable
one of
and
the two,
terraformable.
bacteria or
Landable with atmosphere.
stratum tectonica. What
High-value
is
body.
hiding here? Where are you?
Sulfur dioxide atmospheric landable with life.
Every star shows.
So we'll have to go there and map it just to see which of the two it is.
Every
Which are the one? You know.
holds a secret.
System discovery
I'll
complete.
discover
First body to map is B4.
You can see that it's giving me two options, even though there's only one biosignal. But it's saying you can either be Cerebus or stratum tectonica. And since stratum tectonica pays so high, that's the base value. It's 20 million almost base value. That's almost 100 million with the discovery bonus. It certainly warrants the effort to go map it to see if it's there or not. So that's B3. So we'll go to B3 and check it. Now, if there was a discovery bonus there, or first football, I mean, I would assume that it'd already be done. I'd still go get it since it's 20. You know, I'd go map it to make sure what it is, but and it pays well enough to warrant it anyway. It's always a bonus though when you get the discovery bonus. It's always better, more fun. Now, if it's the Cerebus bacteria, Cerebus, whatever it's called, pays 1.69 million. I probably won't even effort that. You know, I typically don't. I don't know why I stopped cruise override or overcharged so fast. Perhaps though we'll get lucky. It's good to see that there is stratum tectonica in this area and sulfur dioxide stuff. I seriously might switch to economy mode. And the stars are kind of far apart out here anyway, so it's not going to help me a whole lot, but I might get a couple more stars in this region that increase the odds of finding something. Looking for the sun. I guess it's behind me. There it is. I try to do things on the daylit side, just makes life easier. Everybody likes to go get bacteria or something in the dark. If this turns out not to be stratum tectonica, I will point my nose somewhere else and take a quick break so I can go to the bathroom and get more coffee. Won't take long though, 3 or 4 minutes at the most. Assuming I have coffee made, I may have to make more coffee. Yeah. See if we get lucky. Are we gonna get $95 million lucky or not?
Stars call my name through silent space. Born from the void, I find my place. Distant suns burn beyond the edge. Nothing holds me to any
Mapping
place.
complete.
Sadly, it's the
Next body
bacteria.
to map is B2.
Oh well. That happens more often than not. Okay, I am going to take a short break, folks. Take me 4 or 5 minutes. I'll be right back. I hit the right key here.
I am void born, and darkness makes me whole. Black holes sing lullabies, ancient and deep, while pulsars keep time as I drift and leave. Nebulae cradle me in cosmic dust. The silence teaches what I always must. In the darkness between worlds, I am home, where the universe unfolds. I am void born, child of empty space. Infinite expanse, my heart's embrace. No gravity chains my wandering soul. I am void born, the darkness makes me whole. Others fear the emptiness, the space between the light. But I was made for moments when planets leave my sight. The void doesn't take from me, it gives me what I need. Freedom in the nothingness where my spirit's finally free. I am void born, child of empty space. Infinite expanse, my heart's embrace. I am changed by ravenous soul. I am void born, the darkness makes me whole. I am void born, the shore that nothing stays. Mentally in space, my wants embrace. No gravity chains my wandering soul. I am void born, the darkness makes me whole. In the silence, I belong. In the void, I am strong. Looking at the stars through my window tonight. Never thought I'd make it quite this far. Got my hand on the controls, heart beating fast. Time to leave the world we've always known. There's no map where I'm going, no footsteps I can follow, but that's exactly why I'm here. I'll be the first to touch down. I'll be the first to break ground. Won't stop until I found what no one else has found. I'll be the first. Radio signals fade into static now. A million miles from anything like home.
Great. Back.
I'll be the first to touch down.
Press on with our endeavor.
I'll be the first to break ground. Won't stop until I found what no one else has found. I'll be the first
Adjusting for
to
journey.
win this for glory, not
Friendship
win
grounded.
this for fame. Just need to know what's waiting beyond the stars we name.
Black Sheep, if you're still there, feel free to send me a friend request in game.
Performing now.
I'll be the first to
Nothing here.
I'll be the first to break ground. Won't stop until I found what no one else has found. I'll be the first. And when others follow,
Got business taken care of. Got more
Jumping to
coffee.
next system.
Life is good. Kind of chilly downstairs compared to upstairs here. It's because the heat's not on
Completing
downstairs.
system scan for cartography.
We got nothing really on radar. 4 stars though.
calling out from far away, calling out from far away. No one's been here before me now. I'll find a way, don't matter how.
It's here.
Through the dark and endless night, past the points of fading light. Every world that catches my eye makes me want to touch the sky. And I know that I was made for this. Every system holds
Body A4. Landable with atmosphere. Neon atmospheric landable. Body A3. Landable with atmosphere. Neon atmospheric landable with light.
Neon with 1. We're out of here. Just keep that carry
Shots of blank and sensors clear. All these wonders
Course
draw
adjustment.
me. Make them say it can't be done while I'm chasing distant suns. In my ship I feel alive as these cosmic waves are ride. Every scan reveals
Haven't come across a unicorn system. We need one with a bunch of biology. Doesn't have to take it. Just something to
Gathering
spend some time
information.
finding.
Cartography updated.
Not really trying to make a lot of money on this outing, just doing stuff. Nothing here but stars.
time to fly.
Okay, instead of plodding further out into the depths, let's quick where we are and what's around us. Thinking. Not a lot of stars here. Oh, we're 2 jumps from our destination. Let's just go ahead, finish up our route, and then decide what direction we're gonna go. Go lateral a little bit. Punch down. We'll head back down
Jumping to
towards
next
the.
system.
We'll go straight down. Take small jumps, and maybe we can find something. I don't want to go too much further away from the carrier because eventually I got to make the trip back before I end the stream. So
By your command.
we got lines here.
Fuel scooping.
20 bodies. Okay. Good thing we have lines here. I mean, someone else has already done it. I don't have to.
Eagle swooping complete.
Let's see if they got the good stuff or not, though.
Out in the black where the starlight fades.
Okay.
Commander,
What dredges is what I believe left us with. We have not a whole lot of atmospheres.
no one's ever
No
named.
first footfall, and it's ammonia with 7. Wow.
And then
Okay. Let's go there.
Smokey at his side through every jump, through every world that calls them home.
Ammonia with 7. That's could be some good stuff. That's not what I wanted to do here first.
Scanning distant fires, burning stories that nobody's told. We are the ones who
I could scan it, but it'll auto scan when I get there. It'll tell me what we're dealing with. I won't have to assess it.
keep chasing infinity's light.
I expect a lot of crap. We'll see what we're dealing with here.
Stone beneath the foreign sky.
Might be something good though. Ammonia is another world that you can find stratum tectonic on sometimes, so we'll see if it's one of the items listed or not. Hopefully it will be. Oh, I feel a sneeze really wanting to come on.
Every jump coordinates unknown.
Body A5A.
Star another reason
Landable
to
with
turn
atmosphere.
back home.
Auto scan ammonia atmospheric landable.
I might have something. I don't know. I'll show you the list of possible things here in a second.
Burning stories that nobody's told. We are
Go ahead and surface map it first. They eliminate everything that's not there, so.
the sun and smoky, chasing infinity's light. Out here in the silence, they find what you're made of.
Sadly, stratum tectonica is not one of the options, so most of the items here are lower value, but we might go down and get something just for the principle of it. Let's see what we're actually left with. Right now, on the list before I map it to eliminate things. Bio insights. There are 7 biological signals there.
Sun and smoky, we become infinity's light beyond the
Something's missing. Oh, it's because of the. Okay. There are 7 bios there, but it's listing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 items. So one thing is going to drop off the list. And almost always, either the alliota or the concha drops off. So let's map it and see what drops off the list, then decide if we're going to go down and effort this or not. Probably will again just because I'm bored.
mission log 2184. Just another day out here.
It's 4 probes. Let's see if we can do it with 1 first.
Past my door. Bass, can you still hear? The radio's so quiet now.
Okay. Fair enough.
Static fills my head somehow. Recording thoughts at light speed through the vast eternities. Listen what I left behind.
Okay, we lost the concha off the list. Now this is where it gets more a little ambiguous. Since the concha dropped out, there was 2 types of concha it could have been, so that eliminates that. The highest value item on this list is a Haliota, and then a Fungoidia. Now there's two types of Fungoidia it could be. We won't know until you actually get down there and sample it and see if we effort that. But let's go look for the Haliota first. And a lot of times these things are all co-located, but Fungoidia sometimes can be challenging to find. Let's see what areas they're in. The Fungoidia is there. Alright, let's go find this. I may not worry about anything else. We'll just get one of them at least. 7 bio signals here though. There's nothing wrong with these items. Don't get me wrong. These are okay items. I just, you know, next system over might have something much better value. Might not. Again, if I was planning on getting other stuff, I would actually look at where things are at. Like Fungoidia and the Haliota are in the same regions. You know, if I was going to try to get multiple items at one time.
Orbital navigation system online.
Mission status still on course, but something changed.
You know, so you might want to try to find an area where both of them are at, but you know, I don't really care right now. Sometimes I do that to eliminate something, because from the air, Frutexa and Tussock can look very similar. And if you're looking for just like the Frutexa or something, not the Tussock, and if there's a bunch of Tussock around, it can slow things down trying to find the Frutexa, because you know you keep finding the Tussock.
Commander Picard son signing on.
No, let's see. I don't even know what this Haliota is. Okay, what it looks like. That's another cool thing though about Bio Insights is if you click on the species name, it'll show you a picture, so you know what you're looking for. And that can be very helpful if I know this from experience. It can be very helpful. I kept looking for something, a type of Haliota, and it looked very much like a type of Tussock I had seen, or at least it turned out that way. I kept finding something that I thought was Tussock. And finally, somebody, actually the developer of Bio Insights, was in my chat. And he goes, click on the species name, get a picture of it. And I did, and it was what I'd been finding that I thought was Tussock, had actually been the Haliota. Well, there's stuff there. Let's see what this stuff is. Haliota typically it's denser, and it typically renders better than, or quicker, that's Haliota. Typically renders faster than the Tussock and stuff. Now, I believe with Haliota you only have to go 150 meters. Yeah. So if I can find a patch there, I think there's some over there and there's some over there. Some over there. I could probably just park and walk around and get all 3 samples at one time here. We'll try that and see how that works out.
Ads starting in 1 minute.
There's the Fungoidia too. Huh. Interesting. Let's just plop down and hop in the SRV and just drive around instead of walking. I'm not real big fan of the SRV, but we'll see why in a moment. We'll get it driving it. That's okay. It's fun. Ads are going to start in 20 seconds. I started trying to use the walk-around controls instead of the joystick to drive with. Let's just go pick some over here, some far away, and then we'd only have to go 150 meters. Pretty sure that's the Fungoidia over there. It's red. And that's Tussock. No, okay, that's not the Frongoria. Alright. Nice. You can run. Okay, though. We'll get this first.
New codex entry. Aleoida spica, teal. Aleoida spica confirmed present. Base value 3.39 million, minimum sample distance 150 meters. First partial sample collected. Minimum distance reached. You've traveled over 150 meters from previous sample.
Ship cutting through the endless black. Instruments humming soft.
I think that's the type of Aleoida I got stuck on one time. I landed right on top of it with a ship. And I got out in the SRV. But I couldn't get back in because there wasn't enough room. Actually, I had to dismiss the ship and have it come back and land somewhere else so I could
Second partial sample
bored.
collected.
Some over here.
Minimum distance reached. You've traveled over 150 meters from previous sample.
Breathing air that's never known human lungs or human breath. Every star you've touched, every world you've found. It's a trail of light where no soul has been. But cortisone, void walker, sharp the paths we'll never see.
Okay, I don't think I'm going to worry about anything else on this planet. I'm just grab this and go. Still got to figure out where I'm going to go.
Sample collection complete.
I'm going to make a quick pass over this terrain though in the ship to see if there is Fungoidia here or something. Now that's what I thought was Tussock. There's also Frutexa here. That's definitely not the Frutexa.
Back on distant Earth.
There's no picture for the Tussock. Huh. That's interesting. At any rate, let us find us a ship and go.
Commander, we believe in you. Every jump, every landing true. In the silence of the void, your courage cannot be destroyed.
Do you want to see something real quick? Interesting. Okay. This might be difficult.
New codex entry. Tussock Divisa, yellow.
Okay.
Tussock Divisa confirmed presence. Base value 1.77 million. Minimum sample distance 200 meters.
Let's go look at this rougher terrain in a moment real quick and see if there's Fungoidia down here. Fungoidia, okay, there's two types, so I know telling. Sometimes the Fungoidia is colorful and it stands out. Other times not so much, and sometimes it's easy to get to and land, sometimes not so much.
Another jump through
More
hyperspace.
Alyota.
Curious Academy. Scanning every system down for what I need to see. They say it's out here somewhere, one in 1,000 stars. But all I find
Okay.
is ice and
I
stone,
don't see
dead worlds and empty scars. How many rocks can one girl take? How many frozen spheres? I'm talking to my dashboard now. The cat's the one who hears. Where's my green gas giant? Tell me why.
Oh well, that's gone.
Every skin comes back the same. Brown and blue go by.
Still don't know where we're going. Yeah.
The curious cat keeps jumping, but the search goes on and on. Another rocky barren mess, another icy shell. The galaxy's a comet.
I'm thinking an omelet for breakfast. That sounds good. I got some smoked sausage too.
Mocks me.
Getting hungry.
Every system
Another 30, 40 minutes here. And call it. I will be streaming again later. Though I still have to get back to the carrier. I do want to stay parked on that carrier while I'm not streaming, just in case they decide to. Sometime today they are going to head off wherever.
and I might start to cry. Where's my green
All right, let's see where we are.
Every skin comes back the
What
same.
are you doing down there, my friend?
Why can't I find you? What did I do wrong? The curious cat keeps
Skip it, isn't
jumping.
it?
The search goes on and on. Wait,
Oh,
what's
that's
that
Diana.
signal?
Ah,
Could it be
I see you.
spectrum reading? Green frequency.
You just decided to head out this way also, huh?
There's my green gas
That's as good as direction as any.
Finally I see.
At least for now.
The curious cat was right to search across the galaxy.
May not go all the way towards you. I'm just go lateral a little bit to change my path. So when I head back towards the Distant Worlds 3 group, I won't be hitting the same systems on the way back.
Jumping to next system.
Lots of things on
Scanning for
radar already.
information.
That's okay.
The card is in, I see you there, beyond the stellar veil. Your visions pulse like heartbeats through the cosmic tale.
Bunch of stars.
Each jump you make through hyperspace ignites a fire in me. The way you chase horizons.
D-Mass. There might be something good here. Let's see.
Through asteroid
Or
fields
not.
dancing through the silence of the deep.
1, 2,
Carry
3,
on
4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
where
9, 10,
the
11, 12,
ancient
13, 14,
secrets sleep.
Okay.
The scanner's gentle humming as you map
Just making sure the counts match up.
commander of the starlight. Watch your
Frameshift drive.
It was fully mapped, or fully explored, or discovered, whatever. Oh boy, Class L Brown Dwarf, again on my route. Oh, I clicked realistic before I plotted that route, so I don't know what we're gonna get. Click realistic so I can target rig there.
As you like.
What kind of crap we got here? On the radar, let's see. Nothing but icy bodies. Oh boy.
The dust kicks up like stardust at your
Body
ship's
2.
metallic
Landable
roar.
with atmosphere.
You stand
Neon
beneath
atmospheric
twin
landable
suns
with
that
light.
Cheap bacteria, cheap
Body
bacteria.
3. Landable with atmosphere.
pioneer
Neon atmospheric landable with light.
in this cosmic night. The nebulae embrace you in the colors pink and blue.
Body 5. Landable with atmosphere. Neon atmospheric landable.
Looking at the surface features there on the star. Not have that happen again. Let me. I'm trying to replot this. Eliminate them non-sequence stars.
Turning fear into our
Frameshift drive charging.
rising through the dark, making
Adjusting for journey.
another signal comes through tonight from somewhere past what we know. Your voice breaks clear and bright as numbers data flow.
Scan starting. Stand by.
Each message that you send our way lights up another
I don't know, looks like this would be something to scan.
path day after day as you venture far apart. Every star you touch turns to gold. Every world you find comes alive, breaking barriers untold, making history
Got some variety. haven't done an Earth like in a couple of days. So we'll get lucky to stumble across one of those at some point.
No fear of looking back, you chase what might have been. The maps keep growing every day. New systems spring to life. We plot each calculated way. You call through space and time. Every star you touch turns to gold. Every world you find comes alive. Breaking barriers untold. Making history thrive. From the station I watch you soar. Beyond what we dreamed before. Your courage lights the way for those who come someday. La la la, beyond the stars we know.
Green, no green found.
Body B4D. Landable with atmosphere. Carbon dioxide atmospheric
We
landable
might go
with
there and
life.
see if that Aliotta hangs out or not. We'll see.
Barriers untold. Making history thrive. Making history thrive.
Body B4F. Landable with atmosphere. Carbon dioxide atmospheric landable with life. Body B4FA. Nested moon. Body B4E. Landable with atmosphere.
Just the quiet
Carbon
before
dioxide
No, it could be
atmospheric
worse.
landable with
Could be
life.
better.
hands on the flight stick, steady pulse. Low hum, waiting, blinking lights. Each breath cuts the silence the sky. Glances zapping but burn. Footnote in the dust, charted lane.
Hiding there.
Edges of what I know fall away. Half-formed hopes floating away. Catch a glimpse.
Body
streak
B7A.
slowly away.
Non-atmospheric landable with life.
Catch a glimpse, streak
Crystal
scatter
shards.
never quite.
We might have to go see what it's dropping. Just the principle of it.
Right now, all engines burn.
We have 2 left. Where are they at?
Something pushes, heart moves ahead. In nebulous, I won't forget.
System scan complete.
Okay, well, this is gonna be fun.
Static sweep. Scan the
There's
horizon.
our options in this system.
Jagged plains.
4 bios on this planet, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 distinct types listed. So 2 are going to drop off. I can tell you right now, the Aliotta and the Concha are going to drop off.
Empty
And let's
bodies.
see, on this one, there's 5 bios. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 things listed. The one's going to drop off. I don't know if it'd be the Aliotta or the Concha. Most likely, but I'll let the map it and see if I'm interested. Again, 5 bios again. Pretty much the same exact thing again. 6.28 million base value for that Aliotta, but the crystal shards, I'm going to go to the crystal shards. I'm not really here for the money. I just want to see what it's dropping. So that's B7A. It's not every day you find crystal shards. I find them pretty often, but
Every crossed expanse.
B7A.
Silent worlds just touch and go. Empty sea, deep echo.
Let's see what type of materials it's dropping, just for the hell of it. Only over there a ways. I get impulsive. I just like see something and I go, oh, I'm gonna go see that. Let's take a guess first before we do that. See if we can figure out what it might be dropping before then. B7A. Huh. I don't know what it's going to be dropping. That's going to be interesting. Tellurium, maybe? Or Vanadea?
I call you forward past the pall of charted skies.
Okay. Sometimes though, you know, like this, the yttrium or something, you can get an idea that, you know, what it might drop. Let's go see what it's going to actually drop.
You reach for radiance, undaunted by
And you
the
can also
sights.
biologically scan them. They don't pay worth a damn, but you can.
With every echo, every daring drift, there's more. I see you scan the endless, scan the trembling blue, where midnight mariners would turn. You simply push on through. Are you afraid? I ask. Your knuckles white with light. Do you recall? I whisper. How many?
Yeah, I stopped prematurely on purpose so I have time to sip some coffee and stuff.
Answer with the fire you ignite. Ascend, ascend above the aching arc. Ascend where ancient worlds embark. I watch you rise, I watch you rise again.
You guys ready for the famous Bacardi Lupus Shame?
Ascend, ascend, my
I
fearless
know
friend,
somebody
ascend.
somewhere wants to type exclamation loop when I do it.
I call to you across the filament of fate. Thrusters blazing
I'll
courage.
endeavor not to though.
Meteoric melody, your spirit sings so strong. Rugged bridges, restless riding.
Surprised this is so far from the star. Usually crystal shards. I'm associating them with warmer things, but hey, be wrong.
You chart the chill of midnight, where rush eclipses fear. With every surge,
You do want to get on some daylight side of this thing though.
do you remember? I sigh, the worry in our eyes. Yet
Again,
you
not any real
carry on.
money to be made here. I am just doing this for the entertainment value for myself. I mean, not necessarily you, but for me.
Never dies. Ascend, ascend.
I've already made money from this trip out, so I'm not unhappy. Goofing off now. I'll still make some more on the way back, but you know,
Become what you remain.
can't have fun. What's the point?
Friend, ascend.
I want it all to be grindy, right?
A legacy refines, beacons burning, yearning, casting trails in crooked lines. I say ascend inside this tide of time. Again, ascend.
Just having fun. I like to fly.
I say ascend, ascend, I say ascend.
I don't think I'm low on materials. We'll see what it's dropping. If it's dropping something I need, I'll get some. Because why not? I like the way Lead Observatory or BioInsight says horizons.
Surface scanned by 50%. Surface scan complete.
Okay, we got this. What else here? Heroes. Oh, same region pretty much.
Brother, you've heard the call from the void.
Where's our daylight side? Make sure we stay on it.
Asteroid fields where silence screams. Your ship cuts through the endless black. Will you rise? Will you
Orbital
rise?
flight. engaged. Re-entry procedures initiated.
Galaxies watching. Will you rise?
Orbital navigation guidance system online.
Will you rise when death draws near? Through the rings of distant worlds, will you rise? Will you rise?
Intelligent thrusters initiating.
Commander of your fate, will you rise? Friend, I've seen you dance.
Not the most interesting looking terrain.
In stone. Heart racing wild, your engines burn against the dark.
Turn that vision on, maybe they'll stick up a little bit. There they are. There's one. Now, these you only have to go like 100 meters between. So if you can find a big enough patch of them, you can get 3 samples in one area, but I'm not real interested in what I'm more interested in is finding an area I can blast a bunch of them. I'm gonna go over here and look real quick in this flatter area. Maybe there's a bunch of men I can drive around the SRV easier. If not, then I'll turn back around and go get some just to see what they're dropping. Well, that's not real helpful.
Every star's a door, every void's a chance. Will you rise? Will you rise? Will you rise with me?
Okay, well,
Will you rise?
hoping there'd be a whole shitload of them out here.
Will you rise when death draws near? Through the rings of distant worlds, will you rise? Will you rise?
See, so let's go back up in the hills and see.
Commander of your fate, will you
I'll never find them again, watch.
rise?
Where was I? Where was I?
Will you rise?
Really? You're gonna be like
Ad
this?
starting in 1 minute.
You shouldn't have done it. Shouldn't have left them bothersome. Okay.
Unknown logging in.
Well, we'll see if we can land over here somewhere and we'll drive up and shoot one and see what they're dropping. That's my primarily goal, was to see what kind of materials they'd be dropping.
Another jump, another system. Another jump by handshake.
If I can land here.
Gear deployed.
I write these words, I write these words before the silence takes me. I write these words, I write these words in case someone
Don't
finds
believe
me.
it for a minute.
Out here
Oh my
where the
gosh, I can't believe it. Let me land there.
out here
Oh, that's not what I wanted to do.
the cat keeps going,
It's
keeps
SRV.
going.
I don't want to be on foot.
The cat keeps going
Grab it.
until we're gone. Today we touch down on a world. Blue sand beneath this world. Our planet flags that scan the rocks. We're counting down the oxygen clocks. I write these words, I write these words.
And hopefully it's far enough from the ship that it will let me shoot. Sometimes you get too close. I hope I can get back in here. Doesn't matter, let's go see. I swear I saw one up ahead. I'm not doing. See anything? Hopefully not. I did.
The stars don't know my name. The void doesn't care I came. But I keep flying, keep trying. The cat and I will not die.
That's gonna hurt. And that's why I don't like the SRV. I can't drive it. It spins out all the time. Of course, it won't let me frickin' target it. Dropping. Tellurium. Do I need tellurium? Let's find out. If I can do this, let me turn voice attack on. Save myself some work. Roll call.
Ready and waiting.
Standing by.
Deploy cargo scoop.
Smells like stormtroopers in here.
Cargo scoop.
Unnecessary.
Unnecessary. Is it already deployed? Cargo scoop.
That's already done.
I think not. Let's try this again. Yeah. I like that. Yeah, okay. How many do I have? I thought it was trying to tell me that. Do I need tellurium? Do I want tellurium? I guess I could use a little bit of it. I don't know what it's used for, but worst comes to worst, I can always trade for things.
Picard is on you out there, past the edge of known space. Curious cat cutting through nothing but void and stars. Tell me, Commander, what drives you so far beyond the map systems? When no one else goes, I watch your signal fade into the black unknown while I sit here.
I'm the master driver of the SRV.
Chase the horizon. Why do you chase the horizon? Why do you chase the horizon? When home is calling you back.
Boy, it sure likes that. Is that stuff explosive or something?
Landing on alien ground. Your voice cuts through static.
Yeah, that helped.
Another first world along. Commander, tell
I didn't really want to get that stuff anyway, right? Damn.
light years. Just you and your ship. I watch your signal fade into the black unknown.
Well, at least I know what it's dropping. I'm done with that. Cargo scoop.
Retracted.
Chase the horizon. Why do you chase
I'm not even going to sample this stuff, but I just wanted to see what it was dropping, so that's cool.
Look, I get it, Commander, you're out
If it was
there
dropping
making
this
history.
room or something, I would probably spend some time. But
What about the folks back home? Knew you before the fame. Before you came legend, before everyone knew your name.
I don't know, it
Remember
seems
when
like he
you
used tellurium to some engineer or something needed it for something.
Curious cat, your faithful ship carrying you through the night while I'm here on the
Ended
station
up going
watching
to a
you
material trader and doing magic there or something. See if they'll let me squeeze in here or not. It'll be fun. Didn't like that. Let's try.
Commander for call a sign, the name they all revere, but to me it's still just someone I wish was still here. Why do you chase the horizon?
Retract SRV. Retrieve SRV.
Affirmative, stand by. Recovering SRV.
Well, that was fun. Now we'll go
Securing the
do.
ship.
We'll go back through regular exobiology and see what we find here. I think. Well, let's go look on B4D first. See if that Aliota drops off the list or not. It pays good if it's there.
The void doesn't answer back, but somewhere past the stars, you're still chasing that track. Why do you chase the horizon? Why do you chase the horizon?
Frameshift drive charging. 4, 3, 2.
I'll do this system. Then I'll probably just start beating feet back to the carrier to get ready to wrap up. Because I'm going to be doing 2 more other streams today. It's the plan at least. So get some breakfast and get some things done before then.
Smokey's watching from the dash, crave for catching starlight. You've gotta push beyond the past, make this journey feel right. Fly with me, fly with me.
Yeah, I do kind of expect the Aliota and the Concha to drop off though. The Aliota, this is the highest paying thing in the system, is this Aliota, if it stays on the list, if it doesn't drop off. If it drops off, then we'll go to
down this endless cosmic road. Smoky
all the rest have 5 bios, so I'll try a lot from one of them and see.
smoky purrs, the engines hum. Stay right on this track. I see you checking all the screens, plotting courses through the black. Sometimes I wonder what it means when there's no way to turn back. Smokey's watching from the dash, crave for catching starlight. You've gotta push beyond the past, make this journey feel right. Fly with me, fly with me.
Nice find some Stratum Tectonica though.
Fly with me, fly with me. Find the world that no one knows.
There's no shadow on the ring there. Up at that.
We're the ones who break the code. Fly with me, fly with me. Down this endless cosmic road. Smoky burns, the engines on. We're not going back. Smoky burns, the engines on. Stay right on this track. You were scared, but now you're not. I can see it in your eyes. Take the wheel, give all you've got. We're gonna light up these skies. You and me and Smokey too. We're gonna make it through.
How to work to find out what's here.
With me, fly with me through the void where no one goes. Fly with me, fly
Oh, we have the Aliotas here. All right. What dropped off? Stratum and Tempest. Huh.
Fly with me, down the endless
I'm not going to have that anymore. So, let's just pick a spot. Let's get some more Aliota.
alone among thousand stars.
Just going this way because of the lighting.
Commander of destiny.
Orbital flight
Curious cat, my soul
Initiate orbital
takes
rendezvous procedures.
flight along the sacred way. The universe calls to me with its voice eternal
Orbital
and
navigation
pure.
system online.
Friendship drive, take me to infinity without a leap into hyperspace, where the heart is finally free. With
Intelligent thrusters initiated.
traveler of the infinite blue, toward the stars I go, searching for light. Of many colors, sing the
13G trivial.
scanning, getting every sun, each life yet undiscovered, while worlds await me under
Doesn't bode too well.
Friendship drive, take me to infinity without a leap into
What's this
hyperspace,
stuff look like?
where the heart is finally free, but free.
Oh, this is the kind that I thought looked like tussock. It looks like tussock with a ball on the end of it.
Searching for
Great.
love, searching for life.
For patches of it growing around.
In the solitude of space, I find my
Takes forever to render either, so I have to go low and slow for a minute.
every star is my immortal legacy. Brave navigator of the celestial sea.
What was that from?
Me to infinity.
Oh, okay, my Type 11. I set my mining ship over to one of the carriers just in case we mine for some tritium for the trip. It's not very joyful. I would expect to at least see some kind of life by now, something.
Curious cat, my soul takes flight forever.
Let's go look over there.
incoming message.
Is that my crate or yeah, my crate?
Through the dust in the night, we burn ahead, never
Cobra should be
slowing.
there somewhere eventually.
Racing, shields up, you and I keep going.
There's something.
From the edge of the map to the next
Come
new
on over there.
side. Scanning
That's it.
stars fall
That's what I'm looking for.
each one a fire, chance of fight.
See if we can
Crossing flooded ground.
land over here and should be able to walk in between some of these samples here. Lucky if they're lucky. Turn toward the hill, maybe we can get a better landing option. only have to go 150 meters between samples here, so maybe I can get all three of them right here. I can see some off in the distance too.
Media tales and warning signs. Gravity wells, the unknown in view.
That's
Enemies lurking by the
just I wanted to
light.
make. That doesn't give me anything. That's definitely what I'm looking for. That's right here. Now I don't know if I want to sample this patch yet here though. You may think I'm crazy. Give me a moment here, folks.
Even carried on cosmic breeze. We chase the call through silence.
Remember, I only have to go 150 meters, so I'm going to try to make sure there's things around.
We command the stars.
Let's see. Okay, well, we'll start here. I know there's some more right over there, though. I saw it.
New codex entry. Aleoida Arcus, turquoise. Aleoida Arcus confirmed present. Base value 7.25 million.
There's some over
Minimum
there.
sample distance 150 meters.
Alright,
First partial sample collected.
walk over there.
Every frontier opens up with every course we turn. I speak right to your doubt. I know it will become. The universe keeps moving, but we're never done. I feel the charge across infinite ground. Command to take my hand. We
Now,
won't
is
turn
there
around.
150 meter separation between that and this? Don't know. We'll find out.
Minimum distance
Meters
reached.
matter.
You've
So,
traveled over 150 meters from previous sample.
just to be sure, I'm going to go grab this that's further away from that other patch. So, just to make sure I have 150 meter separation. That should be sufficient.
Second partial sample collected.
Good. We do have sufficient distance. Didn't want to ask for too much, you know.
Minimum distance reached. You've traveled over 150 meters from previous sample.
Just me and the void.
Okay, we're done here, as far as I'm concerned. Let's start
Sample
heading back
collection
towards
complete.
the distant worlds carrier now.
But every new distance brings you back to me. The void between us grows, but my heart beats stronger. Through galaxies unknown, I'll find my way back home.
And if we don't find anything else, that'll give us 152 million. Could be worse. That sure would.
Planets below, strange colors in space.
Yeah, if it's not permanent locked or other garbage. Let's see.
This in your face.
28 jumps. You know, I'm going to be beating feet. I'm not going to be scanning much on the way back. So. Get this trip over with now so I can go get breakfast.
Landing gear returned.
On my mind, the void between us grows, but my heart beats stronger. Through galaxies unknown, I'll find my way
Need some canyons. I'm a canyon. I'm a buckle. What is it? Bucky ball? Yeah. Racer wannabe. That's me. Yeah. I realize I've done quite so many jumps away from let's get a surface. Discovery scanner up. Be ready. Who knows? We might discover some stratum tectonic on the way. Could happen.
Course adjustment. Interstellar travel mode engaged.
It's the sound of another piece of cinnamon candy.
Scanning now.
Fuel scooping complete.
Far beyond the maps, where signals fade, just a steady pulse.
Let's see what's here real quick. 9 bodies.
Every light we chase,
Not 9 bodies map, so let's do it.
that time can't erase. Our echoes sped light years through time, through space. What we find out here, no one
Body 7.
Cheap
Landable
bacteria.
with atmosphere. Neon atmospheric landable with light.
Nothing.
charts and scans light up, unknown terrain.
Nothing.
Deletes on, breaking new chains. Every word we touch, every star we name, makes
Cool
it
looking nebula over there.
in this cosmic game. Our echoes span light years through time.
Leading systems.
What we find out here, no one can replace. Our echoes span light years.
Done.
Dans la vie d'infini, les étoiles nous
9 bodies, nothing on radar.
chaque découverte devient notre guide. Silence between the stars, just breathing and believing.
Body 6.
that
Landable with atmosphere.
somewhere ahead,
Neon
something
atmospheric
waits,
landable.
something changes.
That's disappointing.
Our echoes span light years.
Body 7.
Through
Landable
time,
with
through
atmosphere.
space.
Neon atmospheric landable.
What we find out here, no one can replace.
Oh well.
Echoes span light years through endless space.
Could be worse. Could have nothing in the hold. Or in inventory or whatever. And we found crystal shards too.
Adjusting for jump. Faster than light velocity reached. Analyzing now.
Fuel scooping.
Cool radar, so it's been done. Let's
Fuel scooping complete.
check the map and see what's been done, what's here.
Remember when we first looked up at endless space, calling out our names? I took your hand, said we never stop until we've seen what the void contains.
First footballs. Neon with one. Neon with nothing. Neon rich with nothing.
Every system holds a mystery.
That would basically be nothing here for me.
Frameshift drive.
Pulling us away from everything we used to be. Are we brave enough to chase tomorrow when the universe is wide and far? Will you fall
Jumping to next system.
beyond all sorrow? Press the edge of who we think we are. Oh, we're reaching, la la la, beyond the stars. Every planet tells a different tale.
Almost 6 a.m. here. Should be hearing the school bus in a minute.
Fuel scooping.
I will never fail. You are my constant, my cosmic guide.
It's Monday, right?
Fuel scooping complete.
Solar storm
Is it a holiday? When's President's Day or Martin Luther King Day or something?
through hyperspace brings us closer to that distant place. Can you feel it pulling us away from everything we used to be? Are we brave enough to
Right, you feel lucky? No, first football, carbon dioxide with 1, we'll check it. Nitrogen with none, argon with 1, that's going to be useless. Neon with 1. Look at this carbon dioxide and see what it has real quick. But nothing exciting, won't know till we look. So
heartbeats? I can hear the galaxy breathe. Every comet, every
yeah, I could have targeted
sunset.
it specifically and tried to not have to worry about the whole system. There's not that many things here. So.
Body 3. Landable with atmosphere. Nitrogen atmospheric landable. Body 2.
There it is.
Landable with atmosphere. Starting in 1 minute. Carbon dioxide atmospheric
Possibly
landable
stratum
with life.
tectonica or bacteria. I tell you, in that type of, this is not the Cerebus bacteria and it's carbon dioxide. The odds are about 60% of the time it's bacteria and not
Body
the stratum.
7.
So we'll definitely go be checking
Landable
that
with
out.
atmosphere. Neon atmospheric
Nothing else here
landable
for
with
me
life.
to look at, but I'm gonna
May
finish
host a
this.
new personal codex entry. Body 4. Landable with atmosphere.
Oh, there's 2 of them.
Argon atmospheric landable with life. Body 1. Landable with atmosphere.
What's sulfur dioxide? I
Sulfur
didn't notice that.
dioxide atmospheric
Is that
landable
not
with
on the
life.
map all ago?
Do you remember when we first looked
I
up
missed that.
in endless space, calling out our names?
Okay, I missed that one. Huh. Chance of it there. Chance of it there. Okay, so we're going to go. One of the sulfur dioxide is less likely, but hey, we won't know until we actually check it. So there's 2 chances of stratum tectonica in this system. Unlikely, but it could happen.
Well, only courage shows. And I wonder what it feels like to be feeling sin and
That was a zoom by.
what's safe and known to make universe your home. He's reaching for the stars, breaking every chain, going really far.
Hey, Cal. Welcome in. Good morning. Why'd you move both carriers into that system? What was the point of that? And I tried to donate tritium to the carrier, but you didn't have a buy order or anything in, and I could not. For some reason, I don't have permissions to do the commodities. I don't know why, but... in case you ended up in Brazil. But, I brought some tritium over and stuff, and I was gonna give you some, but, I did put... I do have permissions for everything. But I don't have permissions to change the commodities. It's all that one's grayed out, and I'm like, okay. I mean, I can jump the carrier, I can do all kinds. I can change permissions, you know. But I'm like, I don't know why I can't. At some point, I can show you what it's doing for me. Use the Stratum Tectonica here. I'm just off from distant worlds because I don't want to stream me just sitting on the carrier, you know. I gotta do something.
Surface scanned by 50%.
Maybe I could find my place.
Okay, well I just brought two of my more of my ships over to the squadron carrier. Brought my crate and my Type 11. Okay, this one's bacteria, sadly, so I'm gonna go check Planet 2 now. Be disappointed there. Get that out of the way. It's 2, not 2A, right? But I don't know if I can do it remotely. Squadron carrier, yeah. See how the commodity trading's grayed out? To do everything else, I mean, there is no bar, but and I have permissions in the squadron to change the the settings and stuff, so I don't know why I can't do that. I did, however, in the personal assets or whatever, I stored 781 tons of tritium because that's what I was carrying. That's the only way I could offload it. I did put a little bit in, you know, I topped off your tritium depot while I was there, but it is what it is. And you were not maxed out in cargo capacity at the time. No, it did not. It was red. That was the first thing I tried. No, I did check to see if you had a buy order, but then I just said, well, I'll just transfer it over, but it wouldn't let me. If you're still on, when I get back, I'm heading back now. I'll go to the carrier and you can see what it does. I mean, if that would help you any. I don't...
Each coordinate I plot adds another dot to the endless map I draw past the final law. The trails I leave behind will guide 1,000 more.
Because I went and maxed out my carrier in tritium and said, well, and I jumped my carrier into the system where the squadron carrier was at. I said, well, I'll just take some tritium over from my carrier. No problem. I don't really care. I was just, you know, inconvenienced because I was like, I got tritium, I'm gonna go donate some, and I couldn't. And I know you earlier had a previous buy order for some, but when I got there, I guess it had been fulfilled. But there was still like 20,000 tons of available space, so I was like, I'll just put in a buy order myself and sell it to him cheap, you know. I couldn't even do that. That's after I tried to transfer it and stuff. And then I went through and checked I did all this on stream. I was checking permissions and stuff, going, why can't I do this? And everybody in chat was going, we don't know why.
I may find the wonders I set free. Let your fears all fade.
Last chance to get lucky and see if it's stratum tectonic or not. This is the carbon dioxide one. The odds are a little higher that more often it's stratum than in the sulfur dioxide with the Cerebus. Again, this is about 60% of the time it's the bacteria. But what is this, about the 7th planet we've done that the odds have not been in our favor, so or at least didn't work out for us? The odds are good. If we were playing slots or something, the odds are good. Eventually, you know, even a blind squirrel finds the nut. And the more of these we find, the more likely it is we'll actually get lucky, right?
Surface scanned by 50%.
And it's bacteria.
Surface scan complete.
Loser, loser, loser. Okay, well, we shall press on.
Frameshift drive charging.
Just more checking out, nevertheless. I have no idea what time these carriers are supposed to jump out, but I know I went to bed and I woke up and the carrier had jumped. We were somewhere else. So I was like, okay. No idea what time the actual departure is going to be. Sometime in the evening or afternoon, I imagine.
Fuel scooping.
You move in mysterious ways. I'm not talking about you. I wasn't on your carrier. I was talking about the Distant Worlds carrier I was on.
Scooping complete.
We were in that one system and they ended up in where it is now. I'd just taken a nap during the day and I came back and I was gone. I mean, I'd moved. I was like, okay, that's fine. I didn't quite expect them to move this direction though. It's kind of odd. Did we honk? I wasn't paying attention. I'm the bad explorer. Okay, we got everything's on radar, so let's see. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 objects. No first football, and we have carbon dioxide with nothing, nitrogen with nothing, methane rich with nothing, and neon with 1. We'll ignore that and press on. Oh,
Drive charging.
that's you're just being educational. You said a learner, so you're just being educational. And everybody that was watching my stream earlier, I've already given a lecture to about Distant Worlds 3 that there will be ganking, there will be people looking for low-hanging fruit. So if you don't want that to happen, or even in real life, I mean not in real life, but in general in the game, don't be an open.
As you like.
They said it was a legend,
Fuel scooping.
a color no one sees.
18 things here.
Inside me
Trying to avoid this other star.
Fuel scooping complete.
that breathe past another
Let's
ice.
see what's here. What are we, 23 jumps? Yeah, 22 jumps away still.
I whisper to the darkness, are you
Let's
near?
just go ahead and see. I don't have to scan. I can look at the map.
Reaching for the wonder that they say can't be found.
One chance for joy, and it's neon. Never mind. We're out.
Turn this around.
Frameshift drive charging.
Every empty planet makes me more sure.
I think I've got some smoked sausage, some regular sausage. I think I'll make me something, an omelet. I got some jalapeno pepper and onion. I don't want to open a can of tomato stuff. I need to buy some tomatoes instead of me having to open a can. Make something pretty good. Something festive for breakfast.
Compiling data for cartography.
Oh, it'll be nice. It'll be all right.
Fuel scooping.
Lifeless stars.
Got everything I need, except I don't have a lot of cheese. I don't even know if I have any cheese. That could be bad. I can live with that.
I'm reaching for
You're gonna make another breakfast casserole? Didn't you make one of those yesterday? I just bought eggs, but I eat a lot of eggs. I eat a lot of eggs, a lot of rice, and a lot of chicken. And let me say a lot of hamburger meat. But I have meatloaf at least once a week, usually. Sometimes I have pork or something, but it depends on the availability and the costs. I know, that's one thing I like about, you know, just throwing a bunch of stuff in with eggs or something, and easy to do and easy to clean up. We got first footballs, get off of there. Ammonia with 4, that sucks. I mean, that's probably something good there, too. Let's see what's actually there. Even if there's a first football, could be stratum tectonica. If it is, then I would have to go get it even without the first football, because that's 20 million credits. So.
Body B7. Landable with atmosphere.
Oh, it's junk.
Ammonia atmospheric landable with life.
It's nothing high value at all there. Okay, good. Now I don't feel bad.
Frameshift drive charging.
Does the squadron fleet carrier use more fuel than the a regular carrier when it jumps? You know, normally a regular carrier, when it's fully loaded, does about 130 or so tons per 500 light years.
That's quite
I
something.
assume the squadron carrier probably uses more fuel per jump. Or did you notice? I noticed it was already less than half full in the fuel tank, so okay. You're not that far from the bubble. Okay, well that's not a bad thing. That's good in a way. Nothing here. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. I thought about jumping my carrier out, you know, to be with everybody, but, you know, like, why? It took me 4 hours to transfer my ship, though. I was like, eh.
Vectors.
I need to transfer a Mandalay to one of the carriers. My other Mandalay has the same jump range this one does.
Completing system scan. Stand by.
Just to have it there, but turn on beep and spinning there, sipping coffee and why not? I should stream this morning. I'm gonna try to do 3 streams today. I'm gonna do 1 stream, well, 2 streams on Twitch, and later I'll be on YouTube during the midday at some point. I might try to stream on Kick. You know, I done those test streams yesterday. Oh, you might not have seen it in chat because you probably left because I mentioned it after the stream ended. You know, I was talking about how I had those issues with my video when I was watching the playback, and you said it looked fine. I finally figured out it's Chrome. If Chrome doesn't have focus when it's playing video, it'll go into a low priority or low power mode or something, and the video playbacks will get all hokey and crappy. If I would have simply just clicked on Chrome, it would have got focus and it would have been playing fine. It happens all the time to me when I'm watching YouTube or something. I'll tab off or go to another window, and then the video playback in Chrome will turn to crap. But I watched the VOD and everything else, it looked good. Yeah, it's a Chrome issue. I've tried turning that crap off, and you can whitelist things and stuff, and I've got Twitch and YouTube whitelisted, but it still does it. I might just switch over to Firefox for, you know, a couple of things. What am I trying to do here? Let's see. Okay, whatever I'm doing, it'll be me doing it. Did not even notice the honk value, so there's something here to scan. Alter MX, thank you for the follow. Hey, that's showing me at 499 of my goal. Oh, now it says 500 followers. Have I reached my goal? Did y'all see anything on the stream about that? I don't know if there's a celebration thing or any kind of crap. I do not know. But I have a 500 follower goal set up that I'm trying to reach. But I do know. Are you the 500th? Huh. Well, thank you very much for that. Okay, because I know if Twitch does something on stream, I don't see it in my, unless I have a browser source set up for an alert for it. So, and I don't have that set up. I probably should have set that up. My bad on that. But I'm happy to reach that. Now I need to bump it to 600. Really looking forward to getting up with the big boys, you know, getting up to 1,000 followers. 1,000 followers and 4 people watching your stream. That's par for the course.
Jumping to next system.
But I was going to say, I was doing a test stream like I was doing on Twitch. I did it on Kick. I had 3 people come into my test stream. And I was very surprised. I was like, I'm not really streaming. It clearly said test stream and stuff. And it actually had 3 people come in to the stream while I was doing it. And I was like, wow, that could bode well for more activity on Kick. But I fully understand that some people follow you and they follow you to be nice or something and they don't really watch you. And that's okay. And that happens. I do that too. Not so much on YouTube. I pretty much watch people I actually subscribe to on YouTube.
That's quite something.
But I'll follow some people just because they need followers on Twitch, you know, to help them make affiliate or whatever their goal is nowadays. Or more likely, they're a variety streamer and they're not streaming Elite, so I don't watch them unless they're playing Elite. AKA Tony Curtis. I try to watch all of Tony's Elite streams, but I am not into. I'll watch him play some of his other games, but I'm really not into those where wins meet or whatever it's called and stuff. I tend to only watch what I like. So. Okay, nothing here. Yeah. I follow people that no longer even stream at all. As far as I know, I haven't seen them in forever. Well, half of them I don't even remember what their names were. I'll remember that there was some girl that played Elite, and something with Wolf was in her name. And she would put a rag on her head for punishment or something, she did something stupid or something. I cannot remember her name for the life of me. But I always enjoyed watching her streams and stuff. And she just disappeared. Can't remember what her name was, though. I guess I can go through my list of people I follow and if that reminds me. Any jumps down to 15 yet? Nope, almost. There are lots of commanders in the private group around the fleet carrier, the distant worlds carriers, and walking around the carriers. I disembarked and was walking around and literally bumped into some guy. I was like, oh, hi.
Faster than light velocity reached.
Alter, do you play the game, I assume? I don't ever remember seeing you anywhere or your name before. Yeah. I've only been playing like for 5 years. I just showed earlier that I've been playing 52 weeks. So in 5 years I've been playing the game 52 weeks in game. So a fifth of my life in the last 5 years I've spent in front of this computer playing the game. I am there. Well, that's where I'm heading back to. I've been parked on one of their carriers right now. You having trouble with permit locks or anything? Or are you just taking your time getting there?
Shift drive charging.
Before they jumped, there was some problems with permit locks around the area, but I haven't had any problems myself in this, where they're at now in Running Man.
Course adjustment.
I'm about 14 jumps from there, at least if we're running to the same spot. Feel free to send me an in-game friend request if you'd like. I'm in their private group right now, I think. I just saw luck. I wasn't even going to look because I'm trying to expedite my trip back because breakfast is calling me more and more the more I think about it. Okay, we have no first footfall. Sulfur dioxide with 1, we got to check that. That'll be bacteria or stratum. Argon rich with nothing. Argon with 2. So we'll have to see what this one is. My commander name is the same as my Twitch name. I'm sure this is sulfur dioxide. I'm sure it's one
Body
of the
form.
Yep. Oh, it's only
Blendable
bacteria.
with
Good. I don't
atmosphere.
have to worry about it.
Sulfur dioxide atmospheric blendable with life.
It saves me the trouble of going here and having to scan it and see the 2, which it might be.
Frame shift drive charging.
I am 14 jumps. But I am checking things on the way, but as I get closer and closer, more and more things are going to be fully done, so I'm not going to
Jumping to next system.
worry about it too much. Do you know what time the carriers are going to be jumping? I have no idea on that. I thought it was something in the afternoon European time. That's what I heard, but I could be wrong. I
Scanning.
have not seen an itinerary on the departure time. It's probably out there somewhere. So, yeah, it's probably out there, but I just haven't found it. I looked on their Discord and stuff, but you know, me. I'm old, so I use that excuse for not being able to know things. So far, it's worked pretty well. Very believable.
3 years deep in empty space.
All right, what do we got here? Lots of things that could be good. No first footfall. We have sulfur dioxide with 1. Carbon dioxide with 2. We definitely got to check that. Please don't have a first footfall there. Oh, it does. I knew it. I knew it would. Damn it. Neon rich. Neon rich. Almost willing to bet this has stratum tectonic on it.
Mission control keeps asking when I'm coming back to breathe again.
1830 UTC. How do you know that? Where'd you see that at?
Feels more like home with every night.
Inquiring minds want to know. Where'd you see that at? You would think that would be clearly labeled on their website even.
Body A2. Landable with atmosphere.
Okay, this definitely has stratotectonic and it has a first footfall.
Has high biological value.
I would say I'm gonna go get it, but I don't really care. I already got 150 million or whatever. I'm good. These little outings. I don't need to scan anymore. The FleetCom carrier page on Discord. I swear I looked at that. Assuming I can find a carrier page. I don't see a carrier page. Server amount, fleet carrier, under the fleet carrier notifications? No, I don't see it on there either. Well, I'm not going to worry about it right now. I don't see a fleet carrier page on Discord. The FleetCom server.
Showing what's unseen. Moving closer now. Feel my heart expand. Something calls to me. Just beyond my head. First eyes on forever. Stretching far and wide. Every new horizon burns deep inside.
Now I just can't walk away from it. Let me go. I mean, I spent some time looking for that, so information. But we'll see. 1830 though, yeah, that's not too far off. I guess I should get back and get my ass parked on the carrier again.
Ads starting in 1 minute.
Interstellar travel mode engaged.
Every signal sends chills down to the bone. First eyes on forever, stretching far and wide.
Compiling data for photography.
Every new horizon burns deep inside.
System scan complete.
Nothing here.
We will find, we will find.
Frameshift drive
Light of day, light of die, something new is calling. Light of day, light of die, watch the
I might have to open another can of. I got a bunch of it anyway. I might go ahead and open the can of Rotel tomatoes and stuff to put in my omelet. That just sounds so good.
deep inside.
Completing system scan.
You got to get some habaneros though. These jalapenos aren't hot enough, but they're okay.
system scan
Not hot enough. Nothing here.
fuels grouping complete. Frameshift drive charging.
The Alter MX, you said you were 7 jumps. You're probably there by now. What kind of ship are you in? I saw the breakdown of ships on the
Vectors.
Distant Worlds website.
Frameshift now
They break them
engaged.
down in the average jump ranges of each types of ships and stuff. That's pretty cool. Oh, I see the friend request. I'll take it in a second when I get the jump done here.
Completing system scan for cartography.
System scan complete. Fuels grouping.
Thank you for that.
Complete.
Ask Explore. I've seen a couple of those. I was lurking about the carrier, just hanging out, and there was a couple of aspects that's floating around. What was the honk? I don't see anything in radar here. That's why I don't see anything in radar. There's nothing else here. But I'm going to be parked on Distant Sun, I think it's called.
Adjusting for jump.
I don't really have a preference. That was just the first one I landed on.
Complying.
Nothing here. Well, it's making the travel time quick. Yeah, I don't understand that, but okay, it is what it is. Because I literally can change permissions for the permissions. I mean, I can give myself permissions, and I'm like, it looks like everything I would need I've already got, so I don't know why I couldn't. And it is what it is.
Amazing. That's quite something.
Then again, I'm not sure how the squadron carrier works with, I don't own it, so I can't tell the difference. I've never been to anyone else's squadron carrier, so I don't know. I would think, though, you'd just be able to simply be able to transfer your stuff into inventory for things. Now, I don't know if you can see in the commodities or something where I transferred 781, but it says it's to all, so it should be available to anybody. So you're more than welcome to that 781 tons of tritium if you can get access to it to move it into the fuel depot or something, or into your inventory or whatever. If you can pull it out, I don't know how that works. Yes. Nitrogen. I thought it was sulfur dioxide with nothing. Ammonia was 6. I bet there's the first football there, folks. Yes, there is. Okay, I'm not even going to worry about it, but yeah, sure there would be. All the good stuff's going to be taken up by now anyway. We're getting too close. That's perfectly normal and to be expected. So.
Leaving system.
I did bring my crate, though. I transferred my crate over because it's far superior for fighting and stuff of any of my ship's weaponry wise and stuff. It's got the grade 5 incendiary frags and stuff. And
Scanner activated.
it doesn't have a docking computer.
Fuel scooping. System scan complete. Fuel scooping.
Not that I'm going to use it for any purpose, but just have it. All over the white has come online. So many new people I'm friends with in game, and most of them are streamers or come into someone's chat.
You know what you're doing.
I don't really know them, but that's okay.
Every planet has its day. Nothing's gonna hold us down. Moving now, moving now. Deeper, deeper.
Scanning for information.
So I guess if you're going to be needing tritium, the way that probably you're going to have to do it is to open up a buy order for it if you want people to be able to give it in any serious quantities.
Eternal pioneer, fighting through the night. Eternal pioneer, we're
did not hear the school bus. Is today a holiday, Cal? Is today Martin Luther King Day or something?
Adjusting for jump.
I mentioned the school bus because I was going, school bus ought to be showing up any moment, but then I thought it might be the holiday, and 'cause I don't remember hearing it. That might change my daily IRL plans if it's the holiday. I might be going by the bank today. I need to go to the bank and tell them my nothing can read my chip on my debit card anymore. It reads a stripe, but nothing can read the chip, so I need to get a new card. It is today? Okay. That makes sense why I didn't hear the school bus then. You have arrived? Well, I am 5 jumps away. Which carrier are you on? Or going to? You found a planet with 8 bios. Congratulations. I think the most I ever found was one with 11.
Hyperspace
Found
velocity.
9 several times. And Cal, was it you that said something about a system with over 200 bios in one system? Was that you that mentioned that the other day? I find that hard to believe. Man, that's a lot of life in the system.
Now you sail through the infinite arc. Smoky beside
What kind of bios are they?
commander of worlds.
Wait a minute. Hang on. Alter, when you say you don't have a group, what do you mean? You mean you don't have a private group?
What you've become from what you once feared. The legend the younger you never quite heard. From that small room to the captain's chair.
Okay. Are you planning on participating with the Distant Worlds 3?
Rise beyond the atmosphere.
Because you really don't want to be in open while you're doing a bunch of this stuff where the Distant Worlds 3 activities are going on.
Every fear that you have tossed into space where heroes.
At any rate, let me real quickly... Okay, well, you have to also sign up for the private group, and it's going to be a delay now, they said, because, you know, people waited up. But there should be a link. Here, let me try to find it real quick. So you want to do that. You want to apply for it on the Distant Worlds site.
The child who hid becomes the guide who shows them all. There's nothing to hide. To the captain's chair. From trembling hands to the void you dare. Rise beyond the atmosphere. Chart the past that disappears.
Are you in Discord?
You cross every fear that you have tossed into space where heroes
If you're on... Okay, are you in the Discord server for FleetCom yet?
If you could see yourself today.
Okay, there should be instructions on channel FleetCom-PG for how to sign up for the private group. I really recommend you do that. You don't have to be. You don't have to be in the private group. But if you want to be with the cool boys and see other people that are participating, everybody is pretty much in that group. I highly recommend you do not do it in open around the activities of Distant Worlds 3, because there will be ganking going on, looking for low-hanging fruit. I might be able to find you. There's a hang on. There is a...
This is what you'll be, commander of infinity.
Yes, at the very top of the FleetCom NG, it's how to join. The private group.
Through the black beyond the stars. Engines burn, we're breaking far. Warning signs flash red and bright. But I push through into the night.
But they've already said
No scares alive. Every pulse
they don't have a problem letting people in the private group, but there's so many people and only one guy doing it, and so many people at the last minute have decided they want to be in the private group. There's over 12,000 people in the private group already, so there may be some several day delay, and just be sure when you do apply that your commander name and everything matches your actual commander name, so there's no trouble for the guy to find you when he tries to add you to the group.
lasers cut the rock. Precious metals, time to dock. Pirates
Completing
on
system
the
scan.
radar
Stand by.
screen. Quick to jump, stay clean and lean.
I'm trying to find an actual link to that Google document. I don't. I'm sure I found it.
My escape, born to break past every line. All these stars are yours and mine.
There was a Google Doc to fill out to apply, so there was some process. It was very straightforward when I found it initially. I have no idea where it's at now, though. We can't find crap when it involves Distant Worlds 3. I can't find anything. I don't know if it's a me, that's a me problem, I guess, because it's a water atmosphere 8 bio. Well, what are the bios? Okay, yeah, scan it. Get you some. Maybe there'll be something good. What kind of it's water atmosphere. Water atmosphere? That's interesting.
Silent drift, power
Huh.
low. One last
I don't even know what type of biology you find there.
Leaving system.
I didn't apply for the PG initially either. I just signed up on the Distant Worlds 3 site. On the website, I guess you've done that by now. If you had, then it probably walked you through how to do some stuff. I got the Metal Lens application. That's another cluster of things that I don't understand how to use properly, but
Analyzing now.
I have it. I'm hoping the Metal Lens thing will let me do some mission things. There's something that they need. That's what I'm hoping, is that it has some organization. It's not just a joyride of a bunch of people traveling out and going off exploring on their own. I know there are supposed to be some organized scientific surveys and things, but I'm hoping that they will, say, okay, we're going to go here. Some of y'all go explore over there, and some of y'all go over here. Some of y'all go over here. I don't care what you find. Just tell us what you find.
Frameshift drive charging.
Well, I would travel with them. That's exactly what I normally do anyways. I take my fleet carrier out and I park it and I work a bunch of stars in that voxel, and until I get tired, and then I move the carrier somewhere else. It doesn't matter whose carrier I'm on, and it's the same process.
Faster than light velocity.
If I get bored, I'll just head back to the bubble and get my own carrier, or get on my own carrier and go do what I want to do, and then eventually I'll go back and rejoin the Distant Worlds 3. So, I may not stick with them for the whole 4 months, straight through.
Scanning now.
I do want to be there at the beginning. I want to be there at the end, for sure.
Frameshift drive charging.
But when I did sign up for the private group, basically you sign up for the private group, and at some point while you're playing the game, it'll pop up and there'll be a notification in your socials or whatever that you've been invited or whatever to their private group, and it's a relatively painless process. Again, though, it is one guy doing the work, so you may be getting swamped. I'm sure he doesn't want to spend all day just processing things. Okay, well, I'm here heading for the carrier. And you found it, good for you. I think I'm in the right private groups, and when I get up here close to the carrier, you'll see on my radar there's probably a bunch of commanders there around this carrier or inside the carrier and stuff. If you were in the same private group as them, you would have seen them. But if you look at what other ships are here, you'll see a bunch of other carriers and things, and just look at the names of some of them, and that'll give you an idea of why you don't want to be in open. I'll get back to the carrier and I'll turn in, and I'm gonna go make me some breakfast. I will be streaming again though later today. I might be streaming when they jump the carrier, but I may not be on YouTube. I may be on YouTube at that time of day. I'll have to see. I'm flexible like that though. I'll have to see where I'm at and what I'm doing. Hell, I might be napping at the time. There's no telling. I'm old. So. I did not sign up in time for the mass jump stuff. Okay, I'm seeing a commander, at least one. Who is that? Hori Mike? Whoever that might be. It's pretty cool though. I disembarked and was walking around the carrier, and there were other people walking around the carrier and stuff. Didn't really talk with any of them, but I walked by. I figured out how to do any of the emotes or anything walking around. I don't do much walking around other than to walk between my ship and a plant to scan. That's pretty much all the walking I do. Well, let's go turn in our cartographic data, and they've got Vista Genomics here, so I guess I will probably run into somebody. Get my minuscule 100, whatever it is, million.
Dust clouds part before you, ancient light unfolds, while the galaxy remembers every story you've told. Landing gear touches down on worlds that time forgot. Scanner sweeps the horizon, finding what others could not. They say the
Go say hi to somebody. I just don't know how to say hi. You get the emotes up, and then it's a long queue to get the wheel up or something. And it takes me forever to figure out how to do any of that crap. Anytime game. Really, anytime game. Am I gonna have to menu log? I hadn't done this in a long time. Fine. Fine. I will menu log. It will put me on my feet in front of the ship.
Your beacon burns so bright that every soul you've inspired reaches for that light. That light, that light.
Okay, I'm not in front of my ship. I got boxes. Works. Nice. That's interesting too. Okay.
Looking out this window at points of distant light.
If it holds together long enough to turn in, I'll be happy. I do miss the crew and the people, you know. I don't know if you own a fleet carrier or not, but before this latest update not too long ago, you used to have just random people doing stuff and hanging out in the bars and stuff, and now there's no one except the crew. It's kind of sucky.
Every mile further out shows me who I'm meant to be.
Yes, take your attitude and shove it.
You have biodata you wish to
Great unknown, breaking past the
30 million base value. 152 million. Could be worse. Could be better. I'm not upset at all with that.
thank you for your contribution to our research.
Way below my average, but that's okay. I was goofing off doing things. So. Didn't run into anybody either. Probably not instance with anybody now.
Commander, but caught a shot.
Oh, that's the crew. Those aren't real people. Those are NPCs.
Against all odds and
Ran into some people earlier hanging out down here. I noticed on the squadron carrier there's a deck, a jump deck or something. 'Cause I walked around our squadron carrier for the first time. I was like, what's this? This is different. Alright. Pretty typical. Not seeing another person though. My carrier has all this. It's cleaner. Alright guys, I'm going to be wrapping up here. Call it breakfast time. Do you apply on FleetCom for what, the private group? It's actually a Google doc. You might ask Alter MX. He said he just did the process. Where did you have to go to get the sign-up information or method there, Alter? Yeah, there is in chat. It points to this. Should point to this.
Engines burning bright behind. Scanner reads 1,000,000 lights. Stars that no one's ever signed. The card is on, can you feel it? The void is calling out your name.
You should be good to go then. You get that done at some point. I don't know how fast they will get it done. They were saying the process has been a little slower than previous. At any rate, guys, I'm going to call it here. Who do we want to raid? We can raid somebody in this. I don't know who's actually playing right or who's actually on. Commander Hatch is streaming. Anybody have a preference for
nebula clouds part like smoke.
Anybody have a preference for who might be on Fiery Toad? Commander Hatch is on.
Gives humanity new roots. Picard, son, you're the answer to the
Me.
question no one
Is that all?
dared.
Man, that's not wow. That's not very many people streaming right now.
Makes you more than what you are,
Huh.
elite. Commander, Commander, you're the first to see.
I guess. How about I don't know what Fiery Toad's doing. What's Hatch doing? Alright, well let's just go raid Fiery Toad and I'm gonna get out of here. Send y'all off to Fiery Toad and I'm gonna call it, guys.
Every new world is a chance to be great. Every new star puts more fuel in your fate. They said it's impossible, too far to reach, but you out here proving
Okay,
what courage can
see you
teach.
guys next time. I'll be streaming again later tonight, so hopefully I'll see some of y'all then. 07 Commanders, fly dangerous and keep looking.
Fly dangerous through the killing dark. Fly dangerous, reaching for God. Cut across the void of black. Credits burning, no way back. Target locked in scanner's eye. Chase the prize or fall and die. Engines scream through astral fields. Every risk the frontier yields. Wanted ships and bounty scores. Death awaits at distant shores. Fly dangerous through the killing dark. Fly dangerous, make your final mark in the void where cowards turn away. We charge forward, claim their day. Fly dangerous, risk is all we are. Fly dangerous, among the dying stars. In the wreckage, credits earned, lessons written, bridges burned. Space demands your everything. On the don't reach you. We now